Sup? This guy said AI viewers get banned. Loser. Professor Utonium VA has died. What was his name? Tom Kane. He was only 64. Well, rip. Unfreaking fortunate. What are AI viewers even supposed to do? They pretend to be chatters, but you can tell because they don't. Their chat messages are very clearly fake. But like, yeah, it's how it works. Alaskan. Yup. What's up, Smexy Lexi? What's up, Ghosty? What's up, Juicy Sour? What's up, Trogdor? What's up, Shirkwan? What's up, Molly? Oh! And the 55-month resub from Smexy Lexi. Why does resubscribed look wrong? Does that look typo to anyone else, or just me? Thank you for the 55 months. How's that even better than normal bots? I don't know, like normal chatters would not realize that those are bots, and they would just think they're weird viewers or weird chatters that post whatever. I guess. I don't know. I don't really know. They're finally cracking down on view botting, so lo and behold, we're saved. Probably, maybe. We'll see how it works. Yo, horseshoe. Hell yeah, what's up, Reaper? Scare users to me is funny. I mean, it made sense for the time, I guess. Every single big streamer was view botting, so I guess you followed that trend, then you did it as well, whatever, but lucky for like a week, maybe. What's the luck categorizer on a horseshoe? I've noticed some bigger numbers drop, so that's kind of funny. Oh yeah. Listen, I think anyone that has more than like maybe 10,000 viewers, I don't think it's very legit. It's not always the streamer's fault, to be fair. People do it to like try to support the streamer, not realizing that it's not a good thing, or they do it to troll the streamer. Exactly, like Cinna getting botted the same day. Exactly.
Who's paying for the ambulance?
Yo, Juvie Man with the 94 months. Holy. 94 months. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, man. The main thing is I see some chats just crawl, and it's like, you have that many lurkers? I mean, honestly, there are a lot of streamers that just have a monumental amount of lurkers. But I don't know. I don't know. It was peak. See, the problem now is people are gonna try to view bot the streamers, like Cinna, and get them hard locked to a certain number. So now they gotta find a workaround that. True, but 10K in one chat per half an hour? It kind of depends. Yo, just some guy. I don't know. 531-888-8008. You forgot the 5 at the end. Thanks for the follow. Oh, I see. Never mind. You did the calculator thing. You did the calculator thing. Never mind. I just had to look at it again. Huge boobies. Don't clip that out of context. Would appreciate it. I really don't think a lot of... There's no way that Twitch is so big at this point that there could be enough streamers averaging like 15K plus viewers every day at the same time for years. I don't think it's just not possible. But that's like, you gotta look at the charts for that. That's like, so beyond me. I just skimmed some stuff at one point. I was like, ooh, this doesn't seem very legitimate. We have CC again. Well, we've had CCs. It's just this one's broken because it's like embedded directly from, I don't know what it is, but people are yappers. There's no way. I just can't. I don't think so, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, that would make a lot of people and their graphs incorrect, but I'm kind of doubting. I'm kind of doubting it. I'll tell you, Queso is probably legit. Unless some, like, viewers are like, we're gonna support Queso, and if you bought him, then maybe. Let me think. Who else wouldn't be? I don't think Extra Emily does. I don't know about Cinna. Probably not. I'm not sure. I haven't watched a lot of these guys in a while, but Yapit in 2026? Seriously, unbelievable. The main thing is, I see some chats that crawl, and it's like, you have that. Oh, I already read that. Already read that. I don't know, it depends. Sometimes I see it, sometimes I don't. We are going to play some Minecraft today. I got invited to the SMP that is currently ongoing, the Neko SMP. The OnlyNekos SMP. So I'm going to try that out a little bit. I think, like, messages per minute might be an interesting metric to expose, but some streams are just less interactive. True. But, if you just look at, like, the graphs of some of these big streamers, you see how, like, weird and fluctuated they look viewership-wise. And it's kind of, like, clear that maybe they themselves aren't doing it, but someone else is. Whether it's in their circle or a viewer or the company itself, but someone's doing it. How's there a hype train? Oh, there was one. Thank you for the hype train. Dude, I don't understand these hype trains anymore. They just be doing their thing, I guess. Also, what's up, Octomage? You too? Yeah. You're a Neko now? Guess I'm a cat, yeah. Need to see the ears first. I wonder if Twitch pays attention to how active chat is, though, for those big channels. They probably do. Yeah. I mean, they used to actually ban for view botting, and then it just got everyone started doing it. You see these active chats, for sure. But, like, I just don't know how convinced I am they're all legitimate. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not, like, graph heavy, but I see the statistics and I see them being, like, shared sometimes. Dude, huge plush cat. I'm not a view botter. I'm a chat botter. I mean, yeah, like the AI botters now. Like earlier, the guy advertising it. There's some massive channels botting. I mean, there are. Uh, whether it's them or not, who knows? But like I said, there's no way that there's 15,000 times like 20 viewers watching all of those streamers at the same time. I just that's not Twitch. I think it all died down after COVID. There's no way. Did you have one of those guys come in that's like, "Hey, add me on Discord so we could do a collab?" Yes. Yes. It's the part that sucks. It's like I don't really want to believe that's the standard, but man, I'm not easily convinced that there's that many viewers. I don't think that certain streamers can be hitting 150,000 viewers. Like, whatever, it's a big event. Fair, but like that's crazy. You gotta understand, there's not that many actual viewers on Twitch. There's just not. To be fair, there could be crazy botting people like they like watch. Yeah, no, that's true. There could just be viewers that are like, hey, I really love Cinna. I'm gonna add 10,000 viewers. Well, I don't know how much she gets, but I'm gonna add like 5K to her normal viewer count. And to be fair, can you really tell the difference between like a chat with 5,000 chatters and 10,000? I could tell the difference between like XQC's chat or like Queso's chat to 6, 7 something. Oh god. Wait, 67,000? Jesus. Dude, that's crazy. I think we'll see in due time who was right and wrong. Because people brought out the graphs and it seems so legitimate, but like, if Twitch just keeps implementing this stuff, then I think we'll find out, you know, the whole view botting conundrum all in due time. At least who is and who might have been, who will be, who could be. We'll see. Unless Twitch is just, you know, pulling the fast one again. The thing about Twitch and a lot of these companies, Amazon, number go up very good. That's how they get their advertisers and stuff. Number go down. Hey, what's going on? You guys dying? Ooh, you know, we're gonna pay like $10,000 less for our ads to play on your stream or on your platform. It's all business. Business. Thank you guys again for all the resubs. We're gonna get to some Minecraft here in a little bit. I made like a thing. It's not really a house. I'm making some sort of spire. I don't even know. I wasn't sure what to build this time because I'm not in a gorillas mood. So I'm not gonna build like plastic beach. And I don't want to be like too far away from everybody. So I don't want to take up so much land that other people can't like live nearby. I live on like the singular piece of like taiga frozen land, and it keeps snowing, and I forgot that it's very annoying. How many people are on the server? Let's see. Currently there are I think yesterday it was like 40 something people. It's still early for a lot of the people who play normally. It's also a Monday, so it might be less. It's 18 people at the moment. Take all the territory. Make them respect your authority. No, No, I want people to live nearby, so I don't have to like make a track to acquire or like get to people. I just bought my tickets for Gorillas. Oh hell yeah! I hope you enjoy. I mean, I hear the live stuff is pretty insanely good this year. This year. Yeah. By the way, there wasn't a bump today. I was sick all weekend. Okay, it's just Saturday. I felt gross. I had like the worst migraine of my life times two. Ooh wee you and a butter body holly. Anyways, so yeah, Saturday sucked. Yesterday, I woke up at like 4 in the well, actually, I went to bed at like 4 in the morning. I woke up an hour later, and I thought I was gonna throw up. Sucks, terrible. Um, woke up again like 5.5 hours. No, 2.5 hours later. Sick again, almost throwing up again, and then like I just at some point I gave up. I woke up like 4 times, like completely drowning in sweat, nearly puking. So finally, I gave up. I got up, at least brushed my teeth if I was able to, chugged like everything known to man to like make my stomach just not do that, and suffered for basically half the day in bed on a laptop watching streams. Finally got out of bed near like the end of the day, played a little bit of Minecraft, looked at the time, didn't realize how late it was. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make a bump in time. There'll be one for tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow there will be a bump. I will make one tonight, probably. But yeah, that's my explanation for no bump. For those who are like, oh god, the bumps are over. I really loved those. I did take my Gorillas videos off my drive now, so I can't send that as a reference now. Fair. Losing a weekend on break sucks. Oh yeah, today's the start of my classes as well. Dang, the bumps are over? Yeah, they actually are, yeah. I made them sub only, so basically when you enter the stream, the first 5 minutes are gonna be like blocked, and you have to pay $50 to see it. Um, I needed to hit a corner. It's done it before because people pay more attention to that than everything else on the screen, even the chat. Look at it go. I already paid it. Well, there you go. You'll see the bump. Oh no, incorrect trajectory. Does that count? Does the flower mean nothing to you? Dude, they're gonna remove it in like 2 weeks. And then what? And then the flower won't even actually mean anything at all. Because you won't even have it anymore. I don't even understand why they did this. I just don't get it. To make people feel special. That's nice. Why can't I have one then? I want one. I want to feel special. Okay, I need to like hold on. There's a program I need to close out. Watch a VOD then. I don't have it. I'm not weird. Some people do not have the plant thingy. Like it's not available to everybody. It's my cat eating grass, and I took a picture. What I think at the perfect time. That's actually your cat? I just thought it was one of those meme images. Dude, cats are so memeable. It's insane. I just can't have one. That's crazy. What a great profile picture. Why'd you Why you have a cat the leash? You're walking your cat? That's crazy. I didn't know people do that. Hey man, did you? No, I didn't. You know, I'm so angry on for you. So angry. I'm not even gonna tell you why. Lo. No, that's my actual cat passed away sadly, but still. Aw. Immortalized in this great meme image. Did you know your allergies can go away when your body changes every 7 years? I did know that. And the only reason I knew that is because one day I asked one of my doctors. Well, actually, someone in chat, I think it was Ty, he told me that. And I had a doctor appointment like 2 weeks later, and I asked if this is true. And I was like, is this why I don't feel like that allergic to pollen anymore? Like sometimes if it's like heavy pollen, yeah, I'm dying. But like your average pollen day in the spring, I think I'm fine. I even have the window wide open. I'm like all good, so it's cool. Radiant, I'm making big hole. Very big. It's actually pissing me off. Because I almost fell into like a ravine. I'm trying to just get it all the way to the bottom of the world. To bedrock. I'm gonna boot up the game here in just a moment. Right here. I didn't play too long yesterday. I was sick all day. There's so many mountains, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, you know, I realized after I was digging this hole, I was questioning, like, why is it taking so long? I got a ShopRite advertisement on Modrinth. This is awesome. Man, ShopRite. So I was digging this hole, because I was like, I want to get to diamond level. And I'm digging, and this is, you know, a full day goes by, basically. And I was going to keep going, but I had a conversation with someone on the server. It was almost like VR chat. I was just standing with them outside my house for like, I think it was 5 hours. We lost track of time. It was 4:30 a.m. By the time I'm like, I'm going to bed. Who? Actually, you're just gonna be jealous. So I'm not even gonna tell you. No, it was oh, I can't see their name because I'm stream remoting. Oh, Dervish. Who I don't know if they said they don't know anybody but one of the streamers in that entire lobby. Oh, and Leaf, I think. But Dervish and I had a 5-hour conversation. So I accomplished basically none of my goals that night. And then the next day I was sick for half the day, finally got on. Accomplished even less because I didn't have the time. Oh, Pog, yes. She wore a harness and leash because unlike her brother, she was a runner. Oh. We lost her for a whole afternoon, so she got supervised outside time. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you don't... Setting cats free. Bad idea. Because they get pregnant. This is what the entire Minecraft SMP is about. Everyone's just getting pregnant. It's crazy. Especially since they all live together. All of the cats just live together. All of them. I am pretty sure... Well, actually, there's one that might not live. Does Chris live with you guys? I mean, I live like right next door. I'm just across I'm across the valley. There's no Norway here. Oh, Norway. Oh, man. Oh, Chris is Norway based. Only Denmark. So like almost all of you are from you're the Vikings. The OnlyNekos. I'm scared that if I visited Norway, I wouldn't leave. I would just move immediately. Like, there's 4 places on Earth that I would move to permanently. Norway, New Zealand, Ireland, Poland. And maybe like 50% possibly Japan, but not really. Like Japan, That's like a vacation home or something. I don't know if I could live there forever. I like the cold places. Norway for sure. Joe heard Ireland. Well, okay, my thing about Ireland, and this is, I'm basing it off of movies and like Google Images, but Ireland has this movie called Leap Year. And I don't remember the name of the place, but the big mountains or the big hills that stop and then you just see ocean, right? They definitely have a name. I don't remember them. But like if I could just live near there, life would be great. I feel like you probably wouldn't move here depending on where you go. I would become a hermit. I would live in a log cabin away from civilization. I would make my own farmland and I would just live happily on my own without anybody bothering me. In Norway, I would live in the middle of the forest with shitty internet connection and I would never contact anyone ever again. And then, kids would find my home and they'd be like, "Oh God, the scary dude from the forest." And I walk out in like a cloak and I'm like, "You rotten kids, get out of my territory." Pull out like a sword or something like a Zweihander. Chase after them. Maybe a scythe. No, I think that would just attract more of them to show up. Oh! The drop! I imagine this song right here is like, "Oh my God, thank you for 1,000 biddies. You're insane. Thank you. Goddamn. I didn't even play the Minecraft stuff yet. I'm not even there yet." The song that says all. This is obviously from Risk of Rain. And the thing about Risk of Rain is all of the music is beautiful, but this song is based off of Purple Rain by Prince. Dude. Imagine listening to this like high. I bet it's a powerful experience. I got bored for a sec. Money! Well, I'm sorry I made you bored. The Kerry sounds like the right place for you. Beautiful scenery, plenty of old cottages, plenty of middle of nowhere. Real Ireland there. Risk of Purple Rain. Close. It's actually the rain formerly known as purple. Yeah. But you didn't know that, did you? I'm drinking my coffee. I did also get a little drunk on Saturday. Just a little bit. My stomach was already upset. So I thought, doing the old Polish thing of like fighting the
I love, I love, I love, I love, I love.
Does that song ever say like, I've never listened to the full song. Do they explain who they love or what they love? Or is that the whole song? I feel like I need to know. You're the I Love Song guy. We have to know. What if I just became like Nardwar, but VTuber? Nah, a lot of VTubers do like interviews. My first interview is gonna be with Leafeons. I'm just gonna pull out like the craziest lore drops and she's gonna be like, "I know you've known me for 9 years, but what? How'd you know that?" "Well, I'm Aiko." No, what is it? "Well, you're Leafeons. We have to know." I'm booting up Minecraft. Minecraft. Perfect. All right, I played this earlier, but I'm gonna play it again because I didn't actually hear it. I had AFK. This is how I know I've kind of like calmed down with my music taste. Because this is my favorite song off of Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites. Am I for real? That doesn't even make sense. This Ico guy fell off. Doesn't even listen to true dubstep anymore. Okay, you do not hear it.
I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love.
Oh, her at one point. Oops. I wasn't muted. It's not playing the audio.
I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love.
Okay.
I think you should die. I think I should kill you. I've been thinking about it a lot. Yes, I do want you to die. I don't really care if it's painful or not. I just don't want you to exist anymore.
The Minecraft noises. Wait, I want to hear it.
My chest is hurting, my feet can't fall out of bed. I don't know where to go, so I'll lay here instead with my
Or not. Oh, dude. I thought he was doing like a, you know, I love. No, it's I love her. Oh. Oh. I see. He loves her. Oh, wait, I can't do that. Who's she? I don't know. No sleep. True. Huh. Wait, no. How should I know? You guys don't know who she is? Why is she? Alright, I got work to do, ladies and gents. I guess I could show you a quick tour before we lock into that. This here's my freaking house. Whoa! It's like not even comparable. They got some crazy stuff down there. This needs to get chopped.
I love.
It kind of looks like a church. I made Spire of the Watcher. It's a major work in progress. It was supposed to be a rocket ship. Hoo-her! I like it. Thanks. It's very lazy compared to my usual builds, but it's nowhere near done. Probably. I think. Maybe. Hopefully not nearly done. Hopefully. Okay, I need wood. Hello? How did you get up here? How actually did you get up here? Huh. Okay. Radiant and the cat girls of Denmark live over there somewhere. What is that? Alright, let me chop this up really quick. I'm kind of behind. Let's go TP their house. True. True. Literally so bloody true. I like it here because this biome shows, you can see like the Aurora Borealis. Look at that. You can see the Aurora. Dzień dobry. Whoa. Oh. I'm going mining. At this time of year? Whoa, what's wrong with that? I just heard in the background. Wait, heard what? Oh god, they're Polish. Oh god. This is a long way down. I have Leaf Stream in the background. How? Where is she? I'm gonna freaking find her. Am I the only one with no deaths? This is probably gonna change very soon. I'm the only one with no deaths. I'm a little bit of a gamer, I guess. So. Yo, man. Gaming. The whole song played. I didn't really listen to it. Oh well. Oh, this song goes a little crazy. This song goes a little crazy right here. You guys like dubstep? Oh god. I have to get this to like bedrock level. How far down is bedrock, man? Oh! God, this song is crazy. Alright, we're all the way down. Don't ask how I get back up. The method is not very different from the way the way down. It's minus 60? Oh my god, there's still so much to dig down into. Eventually, I'm gonna make an elevator with water. Eventually, I will look for diamond. Yeah, I want to see if I can, like, hold this no death run. Are we making Ico server Electric Boogaloo 2? No. We are not. I was invited to a server, so I just be playing with them. I was in the process of, like, planning out the next community server, but then I got invited to this, and I was like, saves me the trouble. Dude, server hosting is just too much. I don't feel like going through the process. Yeah, wait, where's the Zomboid server? You guys were supposed to do that, like, 2 years ago. Money! That's also true, yeah. That's also very true. He's my business partner. Ah! My frames. Just waiting to die, man. Over and over and over. Oh. Don't worry. Where were we at? In minus 22 and we're about to hit minus 30. After Persona? Dude, that's in like 2 months! I haven't been around because I don't have the time. And I'm usually not awake at 7 in the morning for the trucking streams. He's close to finishing? Oh, really? Same, if you know what I mean. Yo, Tyler. He's got about a few more things to do and he's finished. Nice, okay. So who did he romance? Not the doctor, I assume. Do they have like an NSFW DLC where you can bang the hot doctor? Or is it kind of like implied? Yoshizawa. Is that the redhead? I guess it's also based. M. MM. Oh, are you trying to go, Yeah, that requires a triple M. That was actually a rule in our RuneScape, like, it's not a role-playing group, but it kind of was. The rule was that, if you're trying to make a noise like that, like, even just E, you have to do 3 letters, because otherwise it might mean something else. Like actual, you know, whatever. Yoshizawa. Actually, that one was acceptable, obviously, but... What if you just mean H&M? You guys like H&M? I have a lot of, like, NASA t-shirts from H&M from over the years. NASA. I changed my... Oh yeah, I look really stupid. I found, like, this skin of, like, underwear alien. But then I added the Borpa on the t-shirt. And my plan was to make, like, a rocket, kind of, like, based off of Artemis 2. But then I didn't do that. I don't really know why I didn't, I just didn't. And now I'm Borpa alien! No. Stop that. Sorry, they said Baja and it triggered something in me. It's a Final Fantasy 14 thing. Yeah, we have all the, they have like 7 TV. Somehow meshed into the chat. So we can do lo. Yeah, this place is magic. There's some mods that I've never heard of. Guys, we're almost there. Christmas is just a week away. I am a dwarf and I digging a hole, diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. Oh my goodness! Whoa! In my hole? Diamond! This is crazy! Wow! Is it just gonna be 2 to make me really depressed? Welcome back, Omega. Womp womp. Diamonds! Oh, dude, I can't even make a freaking pickaxe. I can make a sword. What's up, Johan? Wahoo! So why is your in-game name, hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Everyone's calling because I'm like, I was literally on the brink of throwing up. One sec. Okay, there we go. I think you should have... Oh, God. I've already triggered it. If he's gonna visit you, I guess just to jump down this big hole. I'm not going back up. I mean, I might die right here. Literally had to pause the music. Oof. I don't know how close it is. I mean, as long as there isn't... What is it? The catalyst, right? She's gonna travel far just for a hug. Well, better get started on that. Oh, snap! Yo! Pog. Okay, hold on. This is kind of intense. Oh, God. I don't even have a way to make, like, a hoe? That's a catalyst. Do I really need to climb all the way back up? Just to... You keep doing what you're doing? I kind of can't. Because it might spawn the thing in. I'm not trying to die. The amethyst makes such nice noises when you step on it, just like you do. Yeah, when there's like a, you know, a hot goth... Never mind. I kind of want all of it, but... Wait, they grow back, right? From these things. I think they do. Okay. I think I need to go all the way back up and just make a hoe. Duh! Why hoe? It's just faster to break those. Because if you just start mining at them, they'll activate. But a hoe is fast. I can't even mine here. Okay, it's not next to a catalyst. Or it would have gone off already. I seriously hate it here. Oh. Nice find. I want my music back, but I need to find the sensor. What? Where is it? Wait, it's not even making noise here. Hello? What? Are my headphones on the wrong way or something? Like... You know what, dude? What the freak ever. We know it's not next to a catalyst. It's just making annoying noises on purpose. Boom. Dude, it's so annoying to hear. Uh-oh. It's like breathing. It's like, dude, let me out, man. Come on. Stop! Stop it! Literally. Oh. Oh, man. Dude, isn't Bedrock, like, right there? It's like 13 blocks. Alright, I need a hoe. They're good for XP as well. It's one of the reasons you might want that hoe. Oh, yeah, see, that's what we don't do. Oh, Jesus. Now I've done it. Why do there have to be hell over here? If only I had, like... I wish I could make something off of amethyst. Like a tool. Haha! You actually went all the way down? No! You try to what? Bro. Yo, what's good, man? Oh, thank you for egg. You came... Yeah? Uh-huh. How much they pay you? Oh, wait, you can't hear her. No, that's me probably. Hold on. Yeah, just one sec. Just one sec. This one?
That's dirty. No.
Yeah, that's messed up, man. Oh. On a staircase?
I know you were down. Yeah. I just wanted to say it's really cool that we've been friends for so long,
Uh-huh.
and I don't want to hurt you. I don't know if you want to hurt me. And if I die, I mean you could have any diamonds I have in my pocket. You like bread, right?
Yeah.
Give you bread right now, but yeah.
You gave me an egg.
Did you? Yeah, I mean, egg is good. You like melon?
Yeah. Tight.
I wanted to tell you I'm holding the biggest pee as well, so I don't know how long I could stay here like this, but I just think you're real cool, you know. So what's up? How's your day?
Oh, it's pretty good. You know, I'm just digging this giant hole. There's a warden spawn over. You know, if you want to
Oh.
fight, we could just go fight by that dude.
I've never fought a warden before.
I mean, we'd probably both die.
Yeah. I don't think I've even seen it. Is that thing with 3 heads?
No, it's like one dude, kind of big,
Oh.
has this like loud shriek.
Oh.
50
you a
quid. Huh?
50 quid is 50 quid, yeah.
No, yeah. No, I totally, I respect that. I do.
I don't. I mean, like, I'm grateful. I feel horrible, but
It's
so you're
50
my
quid.
best friend now. You stopped showing up, right?
Yeah, that was, I mean, you know,
What the fuck?
dude, you have diamond.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I didn't want to do it. No one is a little surprised about that outcome. I thought she would. What do you mean, how could you? She took 50 quid. She's making money. She was your best friend. You were the chosen one. Hey man, how you doing? Hey, 50 quid is 50 quid. Respect. Damn it. Hey, so, I've been playing Minecraft since, Alpha. Leaf has been playing Minecraft since 1.8. That's crazy, man. That you sent her after me? Oh, I have to go back up. I was jumping between chat. That's so funny. I feel so bad. I knew how this would end. I had both streams open. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I saw her on my compass at one point. She should have just snuck up on me. I think she would have won. It's like setting up line with Spider. No, she had that. If she didn't jump down those stairs just then and took the damage, I think she would have got me. I think she would have got it. Is she coming back for her stuff? No, I'm not gonna kill her. No, I already did. No, no. Why? No, I already feel bad enough. Oh, goddamn 5,000 bits. What is this? You can say you're giving her stuff back. If she didn't say anything, I think she would have got you easy. I actually agree, but Omega Wolf said that that they're going to her chat. So I started looking at my compass. If you didn't know, you can see the players and how close they are to you on the XP bar. And the one moment that I looked, she was like right there. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I see where this is going. It was literally while I was grabbing the, she just didn't believe you were at the bottom. Do it. Dude, it'd be so funny. Now I go up to her, I'm like, hey, you know, we're like best friends, right? Yeah, but now I have to grab her stuff. I'm gonna bring it to her at least. Is that her horse? Did she bring a horse? That is hers? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring it back to her. Uh... What's her, like, storage? Did she bring a lot of stuff? I have to go back down and grab her stuff. She's AFK? Oh, yeah, she went to piss. You're right. Oh, dude, she had, like, the buff. She had the holding piss buff. She had the fried chicken. Huge. Water elevator? That's all in due time. You could start a server war? Could. It's pretty true. Hey, back in the Minecraft SMP that we did, the VR chat SMP, there was a bounty out for Autumn for like $100. And no one could do it. EO and I tried. We really did. Oh my god, the traveling. Dude, I just wanted to make my hole! Man. All my years of, is such a boomer thing now, but Minecraft Survival, back when they just first released, like, this, Wait, can I not break this? You should. I don't want her stuff to despawn. You can just right click. Oh, yeah, you smart. Damn! She's stacked. Anything fall? Alright, back up. Nah, I think she'll expect it this time, and then... I think she would have won. I mean, she has a diamond sword, unbreaking 3 leggings. By all means, or by all accounts, she's technically more likely to win. Oh yeah, the pouch. You're right. The leads were hers. This... Can't put that in there. Did she have a bow? No, it was... Yeah, she did. Melons... Soul torches, damn. I could change the hit. No. This is fine. But afterwards, I'm going back to my business. God, I have 25 levels of XP. Yeah, I'm trying to dig my hole. No, exactly what you'll see what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be crazy. I would never kill Pud in a million years. People can pay me $1,000, I wouldn't do it. I would literally never do it. Even if she's like a monster in Minecraft, I wouldn't do it. Okay, horse. Horse? Oh, hey. Where even is she? Where does she live? Spawn? God. I think this is the way, right? It's around here. Man, I haven't been back there in a while. Well, like 3 days. I don't even remember the way back. The hell? No, not the horse. Please, not the horse. It's not mine. It's a rental. What the hell? I saw, dude. No, Chris is like a Minecraft pro. Howdy. Jesus. Oh! Oh my god. It's like the Teen Titans tower. This is crazy. Oh, that's a mob spawner, huh? How do I get down from here? Oh. God damn, this place is infected. Howdy.
Hello.
Do you know where the parking lot Walmart is? North.
Like up. Like this way.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Voila. Ugh. In the rains. Where's she going? Hey! Hey! You want your stuff?
Yeah.
I bring for
My
you.
horse too.
That is your
Thank
horse.
you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can keep the diamonds.
No, that's okay.
Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank
Dude,
you
yeah,
so
man.
much.
No
Oh,
problem.
thank you so much.
Now,
I'm
hey,
sorry for-
listen. Now, listen.
Yes.
We're like best friends, you know?
Oh, please tell me you don't have to. Please.
Hey, wait,
No,
whoa,
no,
just,
no, 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 no.
well, just, it's just, you know, you should put your armor on.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. That's the wrong.
Yeah, just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
shield, yeah. Yeah, so we're like best friends, right?
Yeah.
I've known you for like 9 years. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Fuck,
crazy.
has actually been 9 years. Jesus fucking Christ.
Almost, yeah. Just about.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rain was kind of cool. It would have made it like dramatic, but now it's gone. So it's like, yeah, this
Oh, that would be
sucks,
really
man.
gay.
Yeah.
My horse is fucking run off.
He's right. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, 5,000 bits is 5,000 bits.
Oh, I understand. Bye.
Why are you running? You have diamond. Just fight me.
No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna play your game. Your stick game. You freak. Oh my god.
Hey,
He fucking hates me. He wants me dead because he hates me so much.
your horse. You're leaving your horse.
I don't care. I mean, I'll get him. Yeah. This song.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you? Why are you?
Dobronoc, dobronoc, dobronoc.
Hey!
There's a skeleton, he's gonna eat my ass. Dobronoc, dobronoc. Yo, Shema, bro.
What do you shimmer?
Shema, bro. Shema.
I don't want to do this. I wanted to make my hole
Huh? He's making a hole?
big. You went down the hole. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Bye.
What? Where are you?
Oh, wait, you got bow?
Well, yeah.
What the fuck?
No, I can't. I'm not gonna hit your. I'm not hitting the horse.
Okay.
I'm not hitting the horse.
Alright, I'm just gonna put my horse down here.
Dude.
Bye.
Dude.
Bye. Bye.
Dude.
Ow.
Where are you going?
I'm hungry.
Oh wait, this is your bread.
It's okay. Oh.
No, your bread.
No, it's okay. I don't need the chleb. That was right? That was chleb, right?
Chleb. Yeah.
Chleb.
Or chleb.
Chleb. Yeah. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get murdered in cold blood. You really want that on your name? Murdering me again?
Dude, you literally came after me.
Yeah, but they didn't know that. What they said was you killing me.
It's messed up.
That is messed up.
I just wanted a nice, clean, no death run, and I was.
That's what I was like. I didn't do it. Right? I didn't kill you.
You tried. You tried.
No, it's me. It's like a tickle. It's like a poke.
I got pretty low.
Yeah.
Cause you've diamond. Hey. You have a diamond sword and diamond leggings by all accounts. You got music playing? I got nothing. Oh.
I got random white girl slope. You know that song. Is your ass. Right, wait, should I play dramatic music? Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the battle theme?
Dude, I don't know. Let's make it has to be something like Madion. Right?
Moron? Or some more dramatic like I don't think Evil Shelter's on Spotify.
No, Evil Shelter.
Prince? Oh my god.
Do I have Prince? Let's see. Prince, Madion.
Prince? Okay, we're playing it. We're playing it now?
Hold on. It like doesn't want. Oh. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's kind of good. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah. This is cinema.
So, yeah. Oof. Oh my god. Why did I do that?
What the? Where did she even get all this? We were just fighting. All right.
don't throw up often.
Oh, hey.
Hey. Please tell me there's no more.
No more, no more. I said,
Yeah.
oh, you have so many diamond like picks and stuff.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. You stopped throwing up, right?
What's up?
You stopped throwing up, right?
I mean, yeah, but I still feel like gross. Like my stomach's like,
No.
yeah, dude, you're gonna freaking die. Oh, this is yours too.
Thank you.
So we're like, no, I'm just kidding.
Fucking god. I. Did you just throw it? Oh, never mind. So do you want to like fight a warden?
A warden.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I've never actually seen it though. I'm too scared.
Yeah, they essentially one shot even like full diamond armor. So
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I'm good.
I was watching Tot fight at day one. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I saw that happen in my chat. There's lots of like screeching.
Yeah.
Where the fuck? My horse stupid.
Why he's?
Really stupid. You horse. Do you have horse?
No. There was a donkey on my mountain, and then it
Oh.
like died or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a lone chicken somewhere up there and an armadillo.
You have an armadillo?
Yeah, I don't know. He just appeared one day during the middle of like a winter storm.
Oh no! I'm being paid to kill Boshi. I literally like live with him at the moment. Like
Now
that's
that
fucked up.
now that would cause some problems.
I don't want to make him. Oh my god! I don't want to. Oh my god! That's fucked up.
You should like set up some crazy trap so it doesn't look like you killed him. It's just like he blew up.
Just like put TNT around the bed.
No, like literally, like make some new weird dirt building. Be like, Boshi, I want to show you something, and then like have him walk in, hit a. Yeah, but then you wouldn't have been the problem. I mean, yeah.
Maybe. I'm not a good liar though. I'm too giggly.
That's okay. I already knew you would be showing up because Omega Wolf kind of accidentally spoiled it. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that Chatterino, so it's like you can probably see everything.
Oh, yeah, but I have that like closed.
Oh, okay. Full chat with some dripstone. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it
Someone
could.
else posted it. So many people keep coming into like the little shack just to like tempt sleep. Like it's like a
Oh.
road, like motel.
That'd be kind of funny.
Like, what if I kill a bunch of people? Oh, why am I like? I don't want to. I'm not a killer. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I basically said, I'm like, this is the only one that I'm going back to my big hole. My gaping big hole.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to like get in there.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to get to like, you know, the deepest part. Just gotta, you know, okay.
Okay. Alright. Okay.
Alright.
Why is there so many Polish people on?
I don't know. I don't even know who that is. I just said Dzień dobry, TVN. 24.
Flip, the fanboy.
Filip. Oh.
He's
Well,
not fanboy.
frick
I
them.
just call him that. I just call him that just to wind him up. Like you. Like you're not on the.
And your
fanboy
next
side.
task,
No!
Agent Brown,
No!
is to kill
No!
Drax if you
No!
ever come across him.
Who's Drax?
Oh, Drax. Drax is.
I said I'm not taking bounties. How do you refund?
Oh my god. Oh my god, Drax is like. He's a gay dragon. I feel bad. I don't even know where he is. Where he's like staying.
Wait. Is that the guy I talked to? For like 5 hours the other night?
I don't know.
No, that was Dervish.
Yeah, he's the tongue fuck.
What?
Drax is known as the tongue fucker. He likes the thought of. I don't know how else to say it. You ever like want to like reach the bottom of a
You know,
with your mouth? With the crumbs?
I'm so curious about your parking lot. I was wondering if you could show me the parking lot.
I don't like the way you're saying that.
Oh, no, like it's like a awkward topic
Like-
changer, like
Oh.
yeah, no,
gotcha.
no,
I
no.
can shoot. What the fuck, my horse? But generally, if you want to pop over, it's gonna be Walmart and yeah. I also kind of want to make Autism Peak. You need a
What?
horse. Can I drag you by like a leash?
No, it's okay.
Like Red Dead. You follow me. It's literally over there actually, so it's literally.
Oh, goddamn, okay.
Yeah. We need a lot of like cement and sand and stuff to like. Yeah. People want to eat. I'm away from my home.
I don't even know who this Drax person is, man.
We could swap. No, I don't.
I'm not trying to kill Boshi.
I don't want to kill Bosch.
I don't want to kill Drax.
I don't want to. These are the worst people to kill. Well, you smell like hood or something.
Oh, I said right off the rip that there are people I would specifically not ever kill, and Pud is definitely one of them.
Yeah, Pud is on the list of never ever. I also don't want to kill Cap. Like.
Oh, I'd be down to kill
and
Cap.
Pud,
That'd be.
I think you could fight Cap.
Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. Or Radiant.
Oh, you should kill Radiant. Oh, that's
Yeah. Oh, you should kill Radiant.
Brutally murder. Do you have any dogs? I just got a cat because I am so freaking sick of creepers. But like, this is sugar. This is salt. This is pepper. And this is butter.
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 I like butter the most.
Yeah. And this I haven't got a name for. It might be bread. I might name this one bread.
Bread.
Yeah.
Sick. The parking lot's crazy.
Fighting Ross might kill the dogs.
That might, yeah, because it's the.
No. Oh no! I gotta move them.
You gotta make them like a little doghouse.
All right, I think that's what I should do. Is make a
Jesus. That's an aggressive noise.
Oh yeah, one of the dogs has like a really fucked up cough. Like it sounds like it choked on something.
Radiant heard everything. No.
Don't worry, Radiant. We won't do it unless we're paid a lot of money. Fuck my. Where's my? You stay.
I can change your target to Radiant.
Stay.
I don't really want to kill people I don't know.
Stay.
It would make it really awkward.
And stay. You stay. Your clock is ticking. There you go. Yeah.
Nice.
Do you want this horse? I found it and I was like, it's just crawling everywhere and it's just there. So if you want a horse, free horse.
Maybe at one point. I don't even have a saddle or anything right now.
What was I saying?
I don't know.
I don't know. It is the parking lot. It's the parking lot. These lamps.
Terracotta.
Taking like 5 years making these.
Well, yeah, because you need so much.
Yeah,
Oh,
sand
it's
and
not
glass,
terracotta.
Gravel. No, it's like dyed cement. You need to get 8 sacks and shit like that too.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Concrete. Or cement, yeah.
Yeah. Conk.
Conk was bad fur day.
Whoa.
Whoa. Banana terracotta
Lightning
pie.
is 2 blocks below the rod, so it could be an issue. Could not.
Sorry, your dog just does
It's a
this
risk.
noise.
Yeah, it's like.
It's like suffering.
Barks and then it's like one is really roofy. Maybe I'll make like a little hole for my dog's design.
Make a little doghouse.
Yeah. I'll put them in autism peak.
You doing it up there?
Maybe. I don't know.
Crazy.
Build a volcano through a ocean. I don't know. Like,
Bring him to
what
my
is
house and then just like
really
push him off into the pit.
true? He doesn't want to travel again. He did that like yesterday, and he was so done. He's like, I want to go home. Like
Fair.
it was such a tiresome
Yeah.
adventure.
Yeah. It's quite far. It's 1,500. I'm gonna mark this place.
Yeah.
Leaf Boshi House. No, I'm just gonna name it Walmart.
Yeah, I still don't know if I'm going to like build a UFO because like, it sounds like a lot of work.
I mean, I was gonna build a rocket ship, and then I just made some tower instead. Wait, how do you do the moats in here? There's a way to do that.
It's I think it's B, but I have to D. I have to like you have to get rid of the keybind for the default one.
Yeah, it's like for where is it?
Uh, B, I think it's B. So whatever is on B.
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. What up?
Show hitbox.
Bruh.
What? Is that it? No. Well, I fucked it up. Whatever that is. Show my new outfit, huh? Oops.
An outfit?
I don't know.
I don't have any emotes.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Oh, wait. Whoa!
You're sick.
Haha, you see that?
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Your boxer.
Oh, sorry. Lord, sorry about that.
His underwear look-
Hey, stop looking.
Whoa. I need to make a spyglass. Holy shit.
This shit crazy.
You look like a chess piece, and I kind of want to like spin you over and put you on your head, cause like you have like the little like legs on your head, like you could easily just like stand like a table.
What?
Also, Illumina said wood. I don't know. I don't. You scared him. Look what you did.
I'm leaving. Ni hao. Oh,
You're like such a bug.
I am just alien. They should add like a mod so we can hide our armor. But it's probably a bad idea to add mods now. Could be a table.
Look.
Why my table?
Hey, Goomba stomp you.
Yeah, personally, I would. I'd probably go and hunt Radiant.
Well, apparently we got our bounties now, and I don't know. See, I feel like I could help you with Drax, because it'll be less awkward. But I need help with Boshi.
Oh, yeah, my target is actually Pud. So whenever I find her, it'll be like cousin be cousin. It'd be crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very Lion King.
Yeah, like the circle. Wait, what is that? Am I Scar or am I Simba?
You'd technically be Scar in this situation.
Why?
Kill it.
I don't want to be Scar. I can be your hero, babe. Hey, cousin, how you doing? Hey, sir. Hey, good to see you here. My stomach feels like it's gonna implode.
He's gonna shit himself.
Yeah, maybe.
Diarrhea?
No, no, that'd be worse.
Go get bread. Get chleb.
I'm drinking coffee.
No, that's bad. That's really bad.
No, I need it. I didn't have any
No.
coffee yesterday.
You don't need it.
I didn't have it yesterday. I didn't have no coffee. I need some. Please use gamer subs code Leafyons in the chat here. And Twitch Prime. Oh, sorry.
You get water. Get water in your mouth.
I have water. It's
Just
gassy water.
No coffee. No nothing.
You know what? You just don't get it. You just don't even freaking get it.
You freaking need carbonated lemonade. Is what you
Okay,
freaking need.
I mean, I like 7-Up and all that, Sprite.
Yeah, that's basically the same thing without the lime.
But I just like normal lemonade.
Oh my god, he's one of those.
Look, I don't like soda
They don't have fizzy. Oh yeah, good point.
anymore. I used to be a Dr. Pepper fiend. I would drink an entire box in like a week. Dr. Pepper.
I feel like Dr. Pepper fell off. Like I used to really
It
like
did.
I was like, this is a crazy taste. And then I tried it like recently, and it's just
I love ginger ale.
too sweet. I don't know. It's like syrup.
I don't know what they did, but yeah, it definitely fell off. Like Dr. Pepper used to be peak.
Yeah.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Sorry.
Nothing beats a Jet 2. I don't hear that anymore. But then again, I don't listen to it. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. This is
Oh God.
so-
Hey, get inside! They got a cat. We're gonna freaking die, man. Wait, I just realized you got like a triple bed.
Yeah, it's a bed. Don't worry about it. We need to sleep.
So I sleep here. Just it's very loud. Sleepover.
I hope my
My God, the rain is loud. Sweet baby Jesus. Lol, now they're burning.
stupid.
Lol. An accredited institution? I believe you. This, wait, what?
There's a lot of deaths I didn't even realize could happen in this game. Like, people got hit by an anvil.
Yeah.
So Looney Toony.
Yeah.
You keep laughing at my
Goddamn dog, dude. I don't know.
I got shouted.
The server reminds me of the VR chat SMP from back then. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
instead of like Autumn being the only one with a bounty, now like everyone gets hit with bounties. Everyone's...
Generally not we're gonna get bounties on me. I don't have nothing.
But you got. I killed you.
You did, but you know, you never know. I might get targeted more.
That's true. I'm abstaining from bounties after Drax. I'm returning to my hermit life.
I could help you find Drax. But you gotta, it's like, hey, you're the tongue fucker, right?
Are they in the server right now? They're not, right?
No.
That's fine.
No way.
After my stomach recovery, I will simply kill Drax and then or die. I'll probably die.
I might. See, it's like, do I kill Boshi like when I'm being watched by a Mega Wolf, or do I wait? Because like, do I just like let it sit, just like frolic and go la la la, and like pretend like nothing's wrong, and I have a merry little time, and then just fucking annoy
Can you
me
tell
when-
Agent
when I'm
Pud her
liking it?
only
Like, I don't
task is to be
feel wrong
adorable?
about it.
Excuse me, Agent Pud. I just I got a a message for you. Can you tell Agent Pud her only task is to be adorable?
She did it.
Wow, good job, cousin.
Yeah,
Very
she's
good.
Very good. Very good.
Very nice. Very good. Thank you for 1,000 biddies. Good lord. Yes, kill. No. I don't want to do bounties. I just want to be in the big hole.
Why did it pick those permit people to do these horrible things.
Seriously, man.
Like Boshi's is like waking up
To ash and
groggy as
dust.
yeah,
I wipe my brow
yeah,
and I sweat my rust.
yeah.
I just, I don't know enough people to. Whoa! Haha, very good. Yo, check this one out right here. Yeah. I'll do it, my friend, for your good price. Yes. Oh my god, people are gonna start swapping. Not swapping, but they'll be like, they'll hire someone to do the bounty for them. Oh, I could see that happening.
Oh my god.
I'll do it, my friend, for your good price. Yes, yes.
I probably do the Boshi thing tomorrow because like I'm playing a Hat in Time with him, like finishing a Hat in Time with him, and then we're hopping on. So I'm gonna have to like, like you've seen of Mice and Men.
Yes.
You know the Lenny, he's gonna tend the wabbits, but he is the wabbit.
Oh god.
My soda pop bump.
That movie, I read the book first because we had to in school, but then like
same.
the movie was. It was crazy, man. He just wanted love.
He just wanted to tend the wabbits.
Yeah.
He just wanted.
Yo,
He's
peanuts.
stupid, and he killed the dog and then the lady, and he's not good. Yeah. Yeah, we had to do that a lot in English class. Crazy.
Yeah. Those English days, I remember those classes. I remember.
Yeah.
All right, well, guess I'm gonna go back to my hole.
You got the eyes of salmon. I really think it would be me or him, because he's got kind of like.
Hey, I'm aliens.
I love that.
Crazy. The eyes of salmon.
Wow.
Mr. Frodo.
Yeah. You do what you need to do.
Yes, big hole.
I have to sit with the burden of though I'm just gonna like flick like a knife in my hands and just like think about my life. Like, I gotta kill this man. He's working hard on his car park. I gotta like behead him.
Well, just tell him it's like the perfect bleed out spot and then just kill him.
Oh, true. I should send him to like the snow. Oh.
Take him to Chromia's home.
Where is Chromia's home?
I think Chromia's somewhere over there. They're trying to break the barrier and like build
Oh
a.
no.
Yeah.
They're breaking free. They're soaring.
I want to
They're
break
flying.
free. Oh, different song.
Oh, wrong song. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, that's a better song.
Yeah, both are pretty good.
Well, I don't remember High School Musical.
We're soaring, flying.
Flying, there is star in the heaven that is
Haha, yes. Haha.
is flying.
Okay. Enjoy Walmart. I'm going to my
You
hole.
take care.
Yes.
Okay, you have fun in your hole.
Good night today or tomorrow.
Good night today or tomorrow.
Goodbye, cousin, too. I have to freaking walk. It's the most needed mod ever in video games. Wait, what mod? God damn it, man. These bounties. It does spice up the server, and I like that. But I'm about like 50-50 between socially awkward and like just chill with it. Fortunately, my first target was Leafeons, and it still felt wrong. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, man. They freaking died. Oh, the petting mod, yeah. It's pretty good. I'm glad my first target was at least someone I'm more familiar with. Neither of us wanted to kill each other. Oh god. Bugger off, mate. But I made it very clear I will never kill Pud. I don't even know if I would want to kill Radiant. I think it would, like, break my heart. I'm not sure I could do it. A job is a job. 5,000 bits is 5,000 bits. You could do it, just need some experience first. I've certainly killed my friends in Minecraft before. Also, what's up, Tactics? Didn't say it before, but... Yeah, he has. I haven't killed you in Minecraft. It'll be easier for the 5th time. Yeah, I want to become jaded and just, like, don't really care. All that's left is the hunt. No, all that's left is my big gaping hole, alright? And a massive staircase to get into it. Good lord, thank you for the bits. Sorry if ads played through any of that. Where's the mining emote? I always remove, like, emotes from games that we don't typically play all the time. But yeah, you're right, I should probably add one of those, huh? I need to make a farm, but you know what I realized? I built my base on, like, the single worst place in the game to have a farm. Because the water will freeze over. I mean, I guess if I get, like, glowstone and put it underneath, it'll be fine, but... On the road again! What the hell? Good thing I'm not on a bridge during this process. Well, I just slept! Why are you after me? Hold on. You bastard. Wait, that doesn't even make sense! Yo, black sheep. I saw it. You're pretty cool. Well, well, well. Everyone keeps typing well, well, well. And I think of well, well, well from Cyberpunk. Is there, like, another reference to this line? Thank you, Omega Wolf. I will get Drax. If I'm not streaming during it, I'm sure I'll make a clip. Somehow. Because I don't know when Drax hops on, but I will make it happen. Thank you, thank you. Please don't make me do more of these. I feel horrifically bad. I'm, like, different Canadian. I'm not Canadian, but I'm different Canadian. I'll find a way, though. I mean, it's a good way to meet people. Hey, I'm sorry, I was destined to kill you, so... How the freak did I get across here? They got hit by a creeper? Oh my god. They just keep seeing wells everywhere. Well, well, well. I appreciate you too, thank you. Your support is actually insane. Start a server war? I just wanted my peaceful hermit life. Oh wait, I'm right by my base. What the hell? Looks kind of nice up there, right? I need a burger. Half of my base, I'm glad Leaf didn't, like, walk in the wrong way. Because you know that, like... Oh my god. Sorry. My stomach is still recovering from yesterday, so I'm, like, burping 24/7, but... Look, if she just went up the wrong way... Half of my mountain is, like, quicksand, but snow. Oh. Don't die up there, man. What if you started a war with you as a third party instigating it? Oh my god, maybe a third party. Third party guy. Alright, big gaping hole. Let's get to it. And my 2 diamonds. Damn it, man. I wanted to get to bedrock so I could finally open my, I already have, like, a water elevator thing set up, but... You know, obviously you need, what is it? Soul sand, right? You need soul sand to, like, yeet you up. Yeah. I want to jump down! Soul sand is for up, magma for down. Oh, magma. So, hold on. If I do a 4x4... Can I just, like... Do 1/2 is magma and the other half is, soul sand? Or is it very specific? I mean, I guess it's more important to be down. Should be able to. Never tried? Okay. I mean, it's not a big deal either way, but... Someone already made a water elevator somehow. I mean, people found diamonds in, like, the first 30 minutes of the server. I wish I was joking, but they literally did. I've been taking my time by making this big, deep hole. Dude, Tots emotes are some of my favorite on Twitch. I guess the model. The character's so cool. So then you can actually get in the nether, right? The magma blocks you can just get from the abandoned, like, obsidian portals. The nether portals. Diagonal 1 by 1. Oh, God. I think that would be a little painful. I think I would prefer, as long as it can go up, that's the important thing. I don't really mind if it... I forgot the hoe. And this is why we need the elevator. Whatever. Shut up. Oh, God. The water has to be... The water has to be source blocks that have bubbles in them. Oh, God, that's right. Ooh, okay. Oof. Okay, maybe this elevator idea will be... I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna put, like, a pool down here. They didn't... I don't think they have... There's no waystones. I'm sure there's a way to teleport. Oh, sea kelp. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in mind as well. I did forget about this.
baby, you know that I got you. I can never stop you. I would never stop you. 'Cause you know I'm crazy, crazy for you, baby. And you gotta know, every day you got me always feeling like, baby, you know that I got you. I can never stop you. I would never stop you.
A leaf. Hey, man. Dude. Hey, man. You know what they say, right? It's, 5,000 bits is $50 is, and quid. And, hey, guys. Oh, should I put it? Oh, I didn't know if I was... is that a requirement? I just kind of... Oh. Oh, God. Hi, guys. I didn't want to kill Leaf. Gonna be totally brutally honest. Didn't want to do it. Wait, am I just chatting still? I'm a pro streamer, as they say. You know how it is. Let me update the thing. Is it just OnlyNekos SMP? Oops. $50 is $50. That's right. That's right. We could have fought in here. It would have been a little more, like, cinematic. I'm scared. Stop, mate! I can't build here! Why is my giant gaping hole in the worst possible place? Yo, Gate. And Chris, thank you for the follows. What's up, Chris? I'll fight you properly next time, maybe. Honestly, maybe I just play this game too much. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just need to quit forever. It's gonna activate, I'm gonna die. Please, I just want to make the hole! Oh, shit. I think he's spawned. He's summoned, right? Create an elaborate death. It would be kind of funny if you made my death, like... Okay, now I'm dead. Or not? Dude, where is this thing? Hold on. I was fixing something. Where is it? I don't even know if it's summoned there. I'm literally so scared. Yeah, so Leaf, like, got sent after me as I was dealing with this. That's why I was like, it would be kind of funny if I made her chase me into, like, the warden pit. I was just vibing, listening to my tunes. I don't need redstone at the moment. I'll come back for it. As long as this box is made, I think I'm fine. And then we can just keep mining. Mining away. Oh, she balls. I'm in his zone. I'm in his terrain. It's probably how I die. I need to get back to my staircase and just book it. Because he has, like, giga super hearing. Don't die? I think I might. Not gonna lie. My hole! Why, man? There's a warden in my hole. Does that make him your prisoner? No, it means he's claimed my land. Dude, if he runs up these stairs, I'd be kind of sick, actually. Super horror mode. How long does it take him to despawn? He does, right? Good call was made. Oh, wait, OG Subnautica? What's up, Last Pass? Not sure how long? Well, shit. I gotta make a new hole, I guess. I don't want a name tag. Dude, that would be a great prank. Oh my god. Just have Leaf bring Boshi down here. Like, Herme, I have this problem. Can you help us? Well, I suppose I can do some more cave exploration instead of making my giant gaping hole. Yeah, honestly, Subnautica is one of those games where it's scary until you know you can get a weapon. So why hole? In all honesty, I didn't know what I wanted to do as my, like, first goal in the game. And, you know, I try to make every playthrough of Minecraft very different, which is kind of hard when, you know, the basis at the end is to go for the Ender Dragon, right? But, I change, like, what biome I live in, because I've never lived in a taiga, or whatever, the snowy biome. So, I made my spire over yonder in the taiga biome. And my next thing was, am I going to make a mine? What am I going to do? It was originally going to be a rocket ship, and now it is not a rocket ship. So what the hell? I've already ruined my plot, my goal. And then, I don't know, I think we're going to take down this portion and, like, make it taller, and then finally, like, I don't know, something like that. The big hole is because I wanted to make a mine, but I didn't know how I wanted to make the mine. I didn't know if I wanted just a normal-ass mine. I was like, what if I just made it aesthetically pleasing? Gonna be honest, it looks more terrifying than pleasing at this point, but... yeah, there it is. There it is. Put water down there? I will. I wanted to reach bedrock and then put like a pool of water down there so you can just jump down. Yeah, it would look so cool, right? As long as you don't land on a staircase by accident jumping down. I'm thinking of taking apart this portion and like kind of expanding it upwards from this and then kind of like doing like a mirror of what we have going over there. I think it'd be a lot better. I'm not too satisfied with this just yet, but what do I need that many floors for, you know? Yeah, I think some renovation is in the plans. Rooms. The back rooms. Yeah, I just want to make an aesthetically pleasing hole. So here it is. Yeah, you gotta save. That's spooky. Oh yeah, boost this up right here. Everyone loves this song, right, Chad? Right, Joe the Lion? Everyone loves this song right here. For context, this song played like 5 times in a row one time. And I was like, man, this played like 5 times, huh? Oh yeah, you're right, the bed. Good reminder. Good call. This is a jam. I do love this song. I mean, I love all deadmau5, but... Arr! 252 when the warden was down there? Yeah. What does that mean? The amounts it plays, it makes me hate it. My problem is I have all of his discography, you know, as the FLAC files. And he just happens to have like these separate albums for I Remember. Or like, he put it in like 5 different albums, so. If you died is because you forgot to reset your bed. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would have been a long-ass walk. That would have sucked. Do you reckon that place is blocked? Oh, for those who don't know, for context, the server has like a barrier and it expands, I think, every few days or something. So there's a point where you can't, like, pass. I don't know how far it is. I think it was like 10,000 blocks. Oh, 3,000. Okay. So I think you could probably get to there. It looks cool. I don't want to move there though, because Radiant lives right here. Leaf lives already 1,500 blocks away, so that's pretty far. And I have neighbors who I never met. I don't even know who these people are. I haven't even seen their usernames. But they got... What the hell? Oh god, they're making a nuke. It's cooked. They're gonna have like a catapult at the ready to blast my home. War. Is that pointed right at you? You see the little target? Oh, train station. There's a train station in the works? That's cool. Who's building it? Oh, Chris is doing that. Oh. God, they have so many, like, cool, like, look at these cool blocks. I just use cobble. Like I said, work in progress. It was supposed to be a rocket. What is that? Oh, it's mushrooms. Jungle. I've never built a home in a jungle. Oh, there's another village. I've never built a home in a jungle either. Audio jungle. I'm gonna be honest. The reason I did this instead of the rocket ship is because I'm way, way too lazy to get sand for glass. So I was like, man, I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna make these walls and stuff, and I mean, it looks like a cool, like, spire. It kind of looks like ruins. And I'm an alien, so it doesn't make any sense, but whatever. I'm trying to, like, fit in. Alien that is fitting into the environment. What's up, DD? I love sand so much. I really do. You could hire someone for getting sand? True, I could do that. That is a good point. That is a good point. Freaking copper, man. I would collect, but I'm no streamer. You don't have to be a streamer. Honestly, I thought you were able to join the server. I don't know who all is whitelisted and whatnot. I should probably get started on a farm soon. Cause, dude, I'm running out of steak. But where? I don't really want to, like, go down the mountain to, like, manage my farm. 4 stacks of sand for 1 diamond. I got to start collecting diamonds. Wait, I forgot if I said awesome. Checking. No, you said Kanago Alo. Which is also base, but it's not awesome. It's not awesome, dude. I mean, I guess I could build one a little bit down the hill. I never really looked at what all mods we have. Wait, easy anvils, what is that? No durability or something? Looter is cool. Boob mod. We do have the boob mod. We do. And the most important pat mod, of course. Oh, retraining. Huge. I thought that Soul just went through hell and back to, like, you know, set that all up. I could make do with, like, a sort button. I got the okay for it, so... Do you guys like that I just have snowballs for days? To be honest, I don't like it. It's starting to piss me off. I had to clear out a lot of snow. Balls. Oh yeah, I can't stack them more than that. I can invite Peanut if he wants to join. There you go, Peanut. If you want. I used to use snowballs for, like, sky blocks to make, like, a giant cloud in the sky. Wait. What? How? Oh, snow, like the snow blocks? You can get a copper golem to store items. Oh! Wait, true, they did do that. Or is that an actual thing? Seven, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if you want to joining, you can ask and hear the radiance. Or no. Oh, it is just a thing? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm sort of up to date with Minecraft, but sort of not. Like, I didn't know that there are different cookie things. I didn't know there was a smoker. I knew there was a blast furnace. I had no idea it was a smoker. How is it survivaling? You know, there's a song that really suits this situation that you just asked. Check this one out right here. I be smoking. Yo, same. Smoking that Zaza for real, for real. Getting, like, zooted at the zoo. Know what I mean? Oh, I gotta make a mushroom here. Also, the reason that I accepted making this is because I can kind of just... I'm trying to think of a good spot for this. I can make as many rooms as I want down here. Like a mushroom growery. Yeah, I'm gonna be growing shrooms. It's kind of just how it is. You guys ever grow shrooms? Tune! I mean, this is the remix, but... Uh-oh. Oh, frick. Okay, I don't know how much of this is... hamburger. My family's from shrooms, or shrooms grow freely. That's cool. I'm from Poland, so, kielbasa. Yeah, we just have kielbasa trees. Kielbasa trees. It's not as good as the original. Yeah, I do agree with that. Okay, I need a door. Canada! I love Canadians. Wait, Canada. Hi, Canada. I need your opinion on something. I need your Canadian opinion on something. It's extremely important. Okay, ready? Here we go. What is your opinion on Tim Hortons 2026? On Timmy's. You're a Canadian too? X_gate_X. What is your opinion on Tim Hortons 2026? It's good, okay? Okay. Hi, I love Canadians. One of my favorite musical artists is deadmau5, who is Canadian. You can probably tell by all the music I listen to. Really good donuts. What about the coffee? Still love Tim Hortons? So you guys like pro Timmy's coffee? Because I've only been really... you guys are like the rare breed. It is good? Okay. You guys are the rare Canadian that is okay with Tim Hortons coffee. 2026. That's cool. I mean, it's good to know. Because people said it fell off in like 2015. And I'm like, well... They're ham and cheese wraps. That does sound... goddamn, that sounds banger. Okay, that's good to know. Because I thought I'm going to have FOMO going to Canada. And it's going to be like... Oh, you wanted Tim Hortons? Well, it fell off like a decade ago. Sorry, man. I would have been like... depressed. Is that enough? Is this enough Darkness? There's a way to check, right? How do you do the darkness check? What was the hotkey for it? Ham and cheddar wrap. Sounds just as banger anyway. Sorry, yo, Emperor X Prince, what's up? How are you today or tomorrow? Just got an invite. Probably just invade your space. Yeah, come through. It's fairly empty. They're just working on I guess a train station nearby. But there's a lot of empty land. Everywhere. Or you can just move in with me if you'd like. If you're not like the building type. There's all this flat land over here. I wanted to build Sandy Cheek's house, and then I was like, I'm gonna build a rocket, and now I built this. They had coffee beans changed because of McDonald's buying the place where Tim's gets their coffee beans, something like that. Yeah, it's like Taco Bell bought them out or something, so now Taco Bell supplies it instead of... And McDonald's has the old Tim Hortons coffee. I'm the building type, but building with someone sounds more fun. Yeah, I can get around with that. Because I don't know what else to do here. I almost consider just taking this apart. And trying the rocket ship again. I usually reference music when I make my builds. This is the first time I didn't reference music. Mostly, like, there's no musical reference to this. Last Minecraft server, I built Gorillas, El Mañana, which is the tree. The big tree island. Or sorry, the big windmill island. Tree. Big windmill island. Ooh, what if I built a big tree instead? What if I just tore this all apart and built a gigantic tree? I have to think of a musical thing. Maybe I'll just take it all apart and make a giant dead mouse head. What, music tree? There is no music tree, is there? Not in reference. Not that I can think of. Oh, Daft Punk Discovery Pyramid. Yo. I'm gonna need, like, single-player creative mode to, like, pre-plan this. Or we get, like, Peanut in here and we just work together on something. I just take this whole thing apart. Or we could just move somewhere else, to be honest. I'd like to be near here, though, because everyone's over there. I like this area because, look, it's like acacia biome or safari, and then normal biome, and then taiga. Taiga, normal, acacia, normal again. It's like layers. It's so cool. I like it. Hello. Anyways, we'll figure it out. I would like to still live here on the snow plateau, but I feel like we need to flatten it out more, or... I mean, I did just get, like, 5 billion stacks of snow. So that should kind of help out a little bit. The truth! This song is so old. How many of you know this song? I'm so curious. This is like OG Monster Cat. It's not extremely OG, but it's like OG enough Monster Cat. Goddamn, Tristram. Maybe. That does sound like a good idea. I want to make some sort of music reference building. We'll figure it out. Oh man, this brings back memories. I really am a nostalgia streamer. Oh man. Oh. There's a way to share chords. How do I do that? Oh my god. It didn't share the name, did it? God damn it, man. It did. Yes, it does. Oh, that's good. No, this is not Daft Punk. This is Tristam. Tristam. From Monster Cat. Or was Monster Cat. I don't know if they still are. We go EP time. The thing is, if I take this bass apart, the hole is gonna be in a weird spot. This song makes me feel so old. Tristam. Truth release day. 2012. Oh, oh. Wow. It's actually not as old as I thought, to be honest. All right. $1990s my year. I'm almost 36. Well, you have me beat there. I'm reaching the 30s. I'm almost there. This year I will be in the 3-0s. So I'm certainly getting there. Lol, you're old AF. This guy's already 30, by the way. Yo, everyone, Fuel's birthday man clap for the Thai guy right here. His birthday was like, was it 2 weeks ago? I'm waiting for peanuts before I go into the hole again. The peens. Whoa. Dude, I haven't heard this in a long time. Man. You know, I know that, like, it was her that was sent on the bounty first, but something just feels wrong about trying to kill Leafeons. It just felt wrong. But, you know, it makes sense. We're like rivals. We're like Pokemon rivals. You know? Oh, I have oak saplings as well. Partly because you were sickly. Yeah, I'm like recovering from the worst, like, upset stomach day of my entire life. And I have a phobia of, like, you know, vomiting and whatnot, so I got comboed. I go into a fetal position when I feel like I'm gonna throw up, and I don't move for the entire day. How? The furnace I post. Yeah, I don't want to move too far from Radiant. Wait. Hold on, the icons confuse me. Radiant is purple. Pupel. Where are they? Where she is? So which one are you doing right now? Mining or crafting? Do you want to check out my gaping hole? Check this out right here. You see that right there? Yeah, there's a warden down there, so I'm currently not building my gaping hole. Only had that feeling when I smoked weed for the first time. Actually, same, not smoked, but like edibles. Yeah, it kind of fried me, but I took way too much my first time. I had like a panic attack and I was like, help! Everyone's trying to kill me! Drank too much pop when I smoked weed for the first time. Puked up all the pop. Oof. That is not ideal. Yeah, so my stomach was kind of mad at me on Saturday? So this Polish remedy we have is a shot of vodka, right? And then I just happened to have a couple more afterwards. Because like, wow, this feels good. And I'm nervous about this server. So that probably played into why I felt so awful on Sunday, but edibles will last a lot longer. They sure did. They sure freaking did. Peanuts. On the horizon! They're deafened. They're coming! Robot! Greetings! Do you hear me? Oh, I don't hear you. Today or tomorrow. Wait.
There we
Ah,
go.
hello.
I bring gifts.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
It was the
and why he egg? This is Steve, probably. Oh,
Well, it was good knowing you, Steve.
goodbye, Steve. Forever.
I'm dying.
Oh, you need burger?
I do.
Here's beef.
Thank you.
Yes.
It was quite a long run.
Yeah. I try not to live too far from base, but I wanted to live next to Radiant. Because we're like, yeah, we're like best friends. Like, we hate each other so much, though. So. Oh, careful with the snow, because there's, no, it's the other side, never mind. The other side, you'll sink and die in that snow.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So here it is. This is, I don't know what it is. It's something.
That is looking nice.
Yeah, be careful with the big hole. Yeah, it's... There's a warden all the way at the bottom. Yeah, make yourself at home if you want snow, or maybe some snow, or maybe some snow. You're more than welcome to have some snow.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's so nice with variety.
yeah, yes. Yeah, if you need iron for armor, you can. I'm kind of like very behind everybody because I was making this giant hole, so I don't have a lot of much of anything.
I see.
Those 2 diamonds just happened to be in the hole when I was digging it.
Fair enough. When was this server?
It started 2 days ago on Saturday.
I see.
Yes.
What you need?
What I need?
What you need?
Well, I think I don't know, honestly. We kind of just need iron for anvil and diamonds.
I see.
I want to go back down, but I don't know how long it takes a warden to despawn.
Oh.
He's kind of just in the way of my pit. Oh yeah, the first door here is, or the first door down there is for mushrooms. If you ever find red ones, it'd be really great if we can put more in here.
You just grow them.
I can grow the red ones? No! Was that on purpose?
So-
You just...
So you just go up here and let's see, where are the mushrooms?
Wait, do I have red ones?
Well, I would suggest having red ones to grow red ones.
Oh, well, no, that's what I mean. I need the red mushrooms so I can grow.
Oh, forest. There is forest over there with mushrooms.
Wait, that's actually true. I forgot those give you mushrooms now. 1 minute? Okay, I think he's gone. I think he's freaking gone. My plan with the pit is to get all the way to bedrock and then make an actual pond that you can land in, but it got stagnated by Leaf trying to kill me, and then I had to kill Leaf, and then the warden spawned, so everything fell apart, and I couldn't... Again, I've lost 3 hours trying to make this hole.
I see.
And then the other day, on Saturday, I had a 5-hour conversation with someone right outside this door for 5 hours. The pit would have been done by now.
Oh,
Yeah.
what were you talking about?
Life.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have an extra bed, but I do have wool, I think. So if you need to make a bed, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, I have 7 wool. I put out the bottom.
Oh, they need 3.
And here's some schwood. Was that 3?
Thank you. No, but thank you.
Oh.
We're crafting.
Warning will despawn if they remain in a calm state for 60 seconds without detecting any vibrations or sensing the presence of mobs. Thank you. That is actually very useful. Yes. Actually, it's a good... Oh. Hey, bunk beds! We're like those roomies.
Yeah.
Yo, Leaf! Hey!
Yeah.
Don't die!
Okay.
It's a long way You know, maybe the big problem here is that I decided to live on a mountain. So not only did I have to dig down further to get to like actual mine level, but also I lost my train of thought, but you get the point. I'm not even a stoner, but I feel like one sometimes. Maybe I should start getting zooted at the zoo with all my friends. Adorable mother, thank you for the follow. Hello. How was it?
Long.
Yeah. The worst part is getting back up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Well, if it helps, there's some doorways on the way down that just lead to other mines and ravines. I'm really bad with my directions. Oh, you're gonna do the thing. There's a infinite water pool here somewhere that I made.
I did see it.
Excellent.
I forgot
you-
where it was.
A little lower. Are you confident in that strat?
Oh, you think I'm gonna jump?
I thought you were gonna do the thing where people fall and then they do the. I mean, I've done it a couple times. The bucket save.
I don't know if I'm good enough with that.
Oh, you're gonna. I
Let's
see. No, God.
I wasn't.
Oh my God. Don't do it again. Oh my God, I thought he was doing it again. I'm
So my
traumatized
plan
now.
was to place water down there and then jump again.
Oh, did the water not place?
Well, I imagine the grave blocked it.
Oh. Well, here you go. We'll outpace this, right?
Yeah.
The deep hole? Oh yeah. It's only gonna get deeper. Hi.
Hello.
Wait, please. Wait, please. We're gonna die down here, man. I feel sick.
I can't fucking see.
Yeah, I
I tell you, I'm fucking blind in dark games.
You're blinded by games?
I'm just swinging up.
Bruh. I have to destroy all of them, but it's so hard.
Got a cozy place over here.
Thanks. I wasn't anticipating, hell on my way down. Oh. Oh!
I'm not good at spiral staircases, I guess.
Yeah, I thought about making it too wide, but it would ruin the whole aesthetic that I already had done when I was halfway down, so I was like, alright, well, this is exactly why I need that pool. Is there a way to, like, stop that guy from existing?
If you remove the things that spawns in.
Right. That kind of sucks.
It does.
Yeah, carpet is gonna be a big thing. I don't like the warden. Yorun! Well, look, here's the bright side. We can just explore these places more, and there's no warden, probably. Look, there's even iron already. I will go on an excursion to break all those things eventually, but I just wanted the hole to be done. Is that emerald? Emerald!
Emerald, coal, and iron. What's with all these cave sounds?
Yeah, oh, I had to lower the ambiance, dude, because there's so many weird noises that just happen. I'm like, Jesus Christ, help. My immersion. And we're gonna be super sneaky with it over there. Super sneaky. Yeah, I mean, there was an ancient city that taught, like, cleared out entirely.
Hello?
Hello!
Ah, there you.
I'm trying to make, like, a platform.
I see.
Enjoy the store! Emerald. No, I'm next to Tot. Tot and Radiant live very close together. Or they live on the same, like, mountain. So I'm like, I'm just down the valley, I guess. Oh, Jesus.
I'm okay.
It's okay, I'm okay. I'm very bad with directional sense. I figured this is an important thing to mention.
Do you do the right-hand rule whenever you place down torches?
No, I place them to remember where to go, but I don't remember after the fact.
So the right-hand rule is basically you only place torches on the right wall. So when you go back, you can only follow the left torches.
Oh. Okay. I see. That actually makes a lot of sense. No, I have never done that.
It's
Granted,
very
I don't really leave the hole too much, to be honest, but
Oh.
screw it. I haven't died yet, and I wanted to be deathless, but I think I'm just gonna go try to break all those things.
Okay.
Oh, can I fill your
specific.
shoes with sand?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean, yeah?
Yeah.
You're just cool with that?
Yeah.
I don't actually have sand. Leaf just told me that you're a nerd and I can fill your shoes with sand.
What the hell? This fucking thing. Alien fucking cat thing.
How's the volume, by the way? Is it good?
I'm going down there and waking the warden just for that.
No, don't. I think he just despawned.
Oh, warden!
No, please. Seems good? Okay, cool. Poor guy. He didn't just jump again, did he? We have to find this thing. Oh! I didn't think that it oh no, Peanut. What do you mean run? I was dead anyway. Well, there goes a death. Or the deathless run, at least.
What the hell?
Hey.
There is water down.
Oh.
How we go up?
It's cooked. Oh, Peanut survived. What is it even? It's the warden. Yeah, you don't. We can't even talk. I don't think during that. It's better that that death happened. Now I don't have to be too worried about Deathless Run. Granted, I need my stuff back. You think he's all right down there? Yup. Wait, why? God, that goes so far.
You need
Hey, sup? Well.
Oh.
Wait, are you gonna kill it?
No.
I was gonna say, I don't even know how that's... I don't know if we can do that. But,
I can, like, drag it away.
Oh,
Away.
true, I guess. I thought about just waiting the 7 minutes or a minute for it to despawn, to be honest.
That's not a strategy. I also just came here to, do this.
Oh!
Ah! Oh, my nuts!
So, yeah, sorry, dog.
Ah!
Hey, sorry, man. Do you want my big hole?
Sorry, hey. Yo, a big hole. Can I use the bed before I go down there, like before the respawn?
Yes, there's water at the very bottom, so... Oh, God.
Bye.
Are you starving?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why he go down?
I don't know. There's a demon down there.
I'm aware.
Well. Yeah.
Stairs.
This is what I mean. I wanted to make the pit with no problems and then make the elevator. But can't do that, how can I? Because now there's a demon.
Well, there is a pit, and there is a problem.
Yeah. It was problem free for about 5 hours of playtime. And exploration. No, I mean, it's expected that a demon would have to, like, stop me a little bit. Befriend, yeah. Why can't I just give him cheese?
Honestly. So what's the plan?
Well, Rune might have taken him away. Oh, Steve! Hey, man! Haha,
Oh,
there he is again.
we look at it.
Oh, goodbye. Well, I mean, we can always just use the other mines. I do need to get my stuff back, though.
I see. Is it at the bottom?
Oh, yeah. It is.
I see.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it could be worse. It could be
Who's
worse.
on their way?
I think that's Soul.
Hello.
Oh, hello!
Oh,
Traveling merchant.
Yes, I'm back. Are
Hey.
you interested in my wares?
Yeah, check this out. He got the wares. Look at that.
Anything you'd like?
is some good wares.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What? Hello? I think that was Rune. I think he just fell in the pit again.
I see.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, don't.
Just let me know what
what-
you're interested in.
Well, what's the range of these wares?
I accept a lot of forms of payment. It could be wood, emeralds, diamonds, gold, even. Maybe services if you are
Hey.
willing
Hi,
to
Sol.
mine things for me.
Why are you,
cut
why are you so
quickly.
short?
How much would one mending book
Don't
be?
question it.
Well, what you want
Alright.
to pay in?
That's a good question. I
But
just joined.
anything you just anything from the chest is fine. We have 2 diamonds.
2 diamonds is enough for 1 mending book.
Damn, your deals, your rates are. They're crazy, man.
Why you small?
Hey,
I
here you
mean,
go.
Would you say the value of a mending book is better, more or less?
Don't
than
question
2
it.
diamonds?
I mean, I just think the effort to get the traders it's so much that I would value it higher. But I do appreciate
Yeah,
your rates a
but-
lot.
Yeah. No. See, the thing is, I can
I
have
know
my
where
prices
you
so
are,
low
Ghost.
because there's like 20 people I sell to.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm not just traveling to here to sell to you.
Well, no, I guess
I go to
that's true. Yeah,
everybody.
that's a good point.
It's a lot of
Well,
customers.
there's 2 diamonds.
Yeah, throw it into the chest and grab a mending book. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you'd like?
For now I think I'm good, but I plan to
Okay.
chop up a forest
There's-
and then just send it all over to you anyway.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah. You can definitely get it cheaper if you convert the wood directly into emeralds using fletchers, but if you don't want to go through that effort, I take wood as well, and I'll do
Okay.
it. Rune, anything you
Sounds
want?
good.
Let me try.
We got sharpness 5 now. Swift sneak 3.
Wait,
Protection
sharpness
4.
5.
Oh, it's wait. Oh yeah, it's right here, the bottom right.
Bottom right. Okay.
You can't hurt me for a while I'm out here.
I want for a
Get me
personal
mending? Dude,
project of
sure.
mine.
Mm-hmm.
How? I have 13 diamonds on me. What do I?
Do you want to pay exclusively in
princess.
diamonds? Because I feel like you
I
could use
also
those.
have a bunch of copper, iron, stone bricks.
Hmm.
I
How
mean,
about-
better than we have.
I'll take the diamonds out of those four. Most easiest to convert into something useful.
Yeah.
I think for sharpness 5 is the most expensive trade in my entire village trading hall. It was very painful to get, and for that it will be 10.
Good night,
diamonds.
Ghost.
10.
Yep. You can throw it in the chest.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure doing business.
Hey man, and a token for the road. Took a long time to get
Oh.
this right here, and for you too.
Oh,
Yummy.
thank you.
I'm gonna.
They're going
Is
to
it?
fill up
Why is
my,
it slightly yellow?
inventory.
Long story.
Lemonade.
You know what?
Lemonade.
Hmm.
I
For
spilled
your
lemonade.
appreciation.
Oh, thank you. Wow, thank you so much.
Wow.
Yes.
Here, have
I was
some
looking
carrots to
for
start growing.
Oh, thank you. Wait, actually, that is
Yeah,
huge.
actually very
Thank you.
useful. Hold on. Let me give you a few.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah, we're
Accelerate.
poor out here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a great growing conditions. for
Yeah.
Plants, but best of luck.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean,
it's-
you can probably make an underground farm.
I was honestly just thinking of getting glowstone because it melts the ice, right?
We're not gonna go to the Nether until like.
Oh,
after
is it?
TwitchCon, you know that.
Oh, we're not.
Right.
That's great.
Yeah,
It's actually
live.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Uh,
That's interesting.
I like that
Mm.
because
Because,
servers die so quickly. Otherwise,
It's true.
yeah.
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 We just came off the end of the Soul SMP where they opened the end, and then immediately after opened this fucking SMP.
Oh, really? Damn. I play
Uh,
Minecraft like I'm gonna be honest once a year because I burn out pretty fast after the fact.
Yeah, I get that.
So I just played
For
last
me,
year.
it's more like a monthly, bi-monthly thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just here for
No.
the vibes.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, we love the vibe.
Well,
We love the vibe.
if you excuse me, I'm gonna go reacquire my stuff. He probably despawned at this point.
Yeah, it's still down there. When
Really?
I got down there, I didn't hear a warden. Yeah.
Okay. He should have despawned by now.
Should have despawned. Yeah.
All right. Well, arrivederci, as the Germans say. It's not what the Germans say at all. Just don't eat. All right. Well. Dude. Yeah. I'm not gonna jump into the water. I'm gonna try to sneak and get my stuff back. Once he despawns, of course. What was that? You're in a horror game. Where did this diorite come from? Three strike system. It doesn't even feel like 3 strikes. I feel like it's... Uh-oh. I'm gonna go higher up. Who just jumped down? Was that Peanut? Nope. It was Peanut. We can't do the... I have to, like, sneak using... I also can't talk when I'm down there. Well, I don't know if my mic is... My mic is muted, I think it's fine. Yeah. The problem is there's so many of the Shrieker things nearby. And breaking one makes sound, right? So we kind of just have to speedrun it. Peanut's out there already. I see your grave. There's one up above, I think. Oh, wait. Oh, is that you down there? Okay, I think he despawned. I need to sneak over, grab my stuff, and then we'll do Shrieker eradication. Dude, I love the proximity voice every time. It's so good. What the? That's not the right one. Yeah, do your lurk. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Does this make noise if I land? What about is that? I don't even have those. Oh, okay. Should I just commit and do this? I think I'm gonna try to like get rid of them. It'll make for an interesting adventure. If I can at least find them, then we're good. Here's one. Here's two. Here's... three. This is crazy. How far is his roar? Okay, it looks like it stops here and it's just like lava pools. That's nice. I just wanted a nice big gaping hole.
Well, you found one.
Yeah, except there's a mean dude in my gaping hole.
Yeah, so we're okay, Aiko, do you know what we're looking for to stop them from spawning?
The catalyst.
Yeah, the catalyst.
Yeah,
So,
like the peach things cube.
the peach cube. The peach
Yeah,
cube.
yeah, that thing.
Oh.
Mm-mm. 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 I know there's a cat. What is Rune doing? Here's one. Here's another one. Okay, but I don't think there's a catalyst here. Dude, what? Investigate it? Dude, I already died 3 times to it. Are you crouching so much? I'm just, holding in my pee. Where'd Rune go? Is he going up? Who? Why is he noticing? What is he noticing?
There we go.
Oh god.
Even if it hears us, it I don't think it will reach aggro range from here.
The screeches, at least, yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
I got 2
Ooh.
catalysts, at least.
You got 2 of them. That's good. That's good.
There's only like 80 more of those.
I didn't hear any other catalysts while you were breaking them, so we should be good.
Hopefully. I think this is next to, like, connected to the ancient city that Tot was dealing with, so...
Probably. It's probably like a little cave system next to it.
Yeah, pisses me off. Right, just pisses me off
Yeah.
right there.
Right pisses me off, Rhea.
Literally.
Literally. Yeah. You get me.
Instead of that thing,
Oh,
I'm gonna make a
England.
viewing spot because
Literally.
Oh my god, is that England?
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
England?
Hello.
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 Hey, we're
Hello.
best
Oh, yeah,
friends,
yeah.
right?
Oh, please not.
No,
again.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
Wow, what happened?
Oh, Mr. Rich McGee made me he put a bounty on Ico. I had to
Yeah.
kill him. I had to travel just to kill him. And then he had to kill me, and I died twice. I died both times, of course.
I see.
And now I have to kill Boshi, and he has to kill Drax.
Yeah, murder.
And
Oh, thank you.
No, wait, I don't want
Mushroom.
this. You good old house.
Oh, you keep.
good old-
Why?
No, you
I
good old
have, I
house.
have mushrooms.
I don't need. I'm gonna make soup.
We're gonna make mushroom growing place, and then we're gonna make
What kind of
shrooms.
movie did I walk in on? Why is everyone killing each other, man?
Oh, it's just bounties, you know.
Money, you know.
Why do you give me money?
Oh,
Ow!
sorry. Sorry.
Why you kill me?
Sorry, I slept. You want this boat?
No.
You have a boat.
Both.
Wait, no, this is my boat. Please, no, please, please. It's my only way. No, it's my only way down the mountain safely. Because I just discovered that trick that you don't get full damage if you slide down on a boat, which is nice.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, I'm gonna.
What are you going?
What do you keep?
Where's your craft table?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yes,
cook
right
some
here.
food before I go home. So I
Alright.
need to butter your oven.
Yeah, man.
Furnace oven.
Use the
Yemen.
smoker on top. Fast food cooking.
I need the. Do you have like coal
Oh yeah, yeah.
or sticks or something? You use sticks, right? That dang it, thank you.
Yeah. I put coal in.
Take you on a rocket
I
ship
put coal.
over the sunny ship, thank you.
Oh my throat!
What you
Oh,
did?
no. I swallowed chunky Pringles.
Mmm.
Even they do fucking destroy you. They're nasty.
Yeah.
I
Oh, shit.
I go like kill the rest of those catalysts if any are left, so I can continue my haul.
Whole.
Yeah.
But first, I need a cauldron. I guess I have one over here, but it's kind of dealing with the infinite lava.
Next destination set.
Hey, good luck. May your journey be fruitful.
There are
What
no
is-
fruits.
Give me this.
Nah.
You can't give me this.
Keep it
Whoa!
Your germs.
What the hell, man?
What did you just put in the lava?
No, no, no.
It's like, no, I don't want it.
Ew, germs. I don't want
Ew, I'm gonna clean.
it. Where is lava? There
Oh,
it
wait.
is.
Oh wait,
Oh.
you like blue?
Me blue?
You can have some too. You
Oh, I do love soul. How'd you get these?
um.
Well, it's just because
Oh,
can't-
this the. Yeah, I stole them from the chest in like huts, like the ancient city.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are other ways to get it than the Nether.
I see. I was gonna say the Nether's closed until after Twitch. When's TwitchCon anyway?
At the end of the month.
Oh. Well, I'm not going, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Goes for posers.
yeah. TwitchCon is for noobs. If you go to TwitchCon,
I'm
honestly,
not going,
you're...
technically.
oh,
But I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not at all. I'm not at all. I'm not at all.
I was gonna say, TwitchCon is for dummies and probably cat girls, and you're not any of those. Lol.
Lol.
I go mending.
I got unbreaking.
Anyone going to TwitchCon? I think a lot of people here actually are. I'm just,
I don't know. I don't know shit.
I'm not
Please.
Do you
located
need anything?
in that land.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no,
I
this is
totally
EU
went through it.
TwitchCon. This is TwitchCon EU, so nothing bad happens there because people are normal. That's
I don't
TwitchCon
know,
NA where
like,
things go bad.
Specifically, at the moment, I'm fine. I think.
Okay.
Can you make like copper like the thing I sent? Do you think I could recreate the like poles with copper? Because I feel like that oxidization would work. I just don't know.
You could do lightning rods, I guess.
Oh, it's gonna kill people under. Well, I mean that is my plan anyway. I'm gonna take people there as like a bounty and then.
I like how that's the project, like in your mind, but it's like it's like done in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I need because I can't like a UFO would be great with like a half a UFO that's wedged into like a hill, and I can make like
That's easy to make.
No, that's a lot of time. That's tiring.
That was my
Tired.
problem too. I needed, and see, that's a good thing that I found out about the Nether because I wanted to make a rocket ship, but I would need, what is it? Nether, the white
Right?
thing.
Quartz.
Quartz.
Never
Thank you.
come.
Yeah. No. Quartz.
No.
Quartz, man.
What is this?
This is
So,
a.
when I was growing the mushroom, it didn't want to grow, so I assumed it needed dirt around it.
Oh
But
well,
I
it
ran out
needs.
of dirt.
Oh, I need dirt.
Well, no, hold on. It has to be. It can't have sunlight, right?
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Look.
What a nerd.
Oh, I see what you done did there.
What the hell? Take your
Dude, I
diamond
feel-
block.
No! I feel it is shoes of sand.
Choose.
I got sand.
Oh, snap.
We want sand. I could get more sand. I'm just like we hoarding sand for the parking lot. So
I'm
yeah.
thinking of taking this thing apart. building something else.
Okay, so let's say we do it.
Yeah.
Do that. We remove the whole thing. What we build instead?
Daft Punk pyramid.
Ooh.
Thoughts?
You are like Daft and Punk, Luke.
I'm
I've said
alien.
this like 5 million times, so don't look at me like that. Don't look at me and push him in the hole.
What the hell?
I mean, the problem is,
I don't know what it looks like, so I can't really give.
Oh,
I want to do something music related. I just don't know what. I've already done gorillas, so I don't want to make more gorillas architecture. And dead mouse would just be a giant dead mouse head, so I'm not gonna do that.
I don't know how it's gonna work as a house.
What
Can it? Unless you just do a pyramid.
Yeah, it's
Like-
kind of just like a wall
You
with
can
a
do
pyramid
the,
in front.
the Fortnite like
Yeah.
base. Look, like what Fortnite did. You just make literally a pyramid, but make it like high tech looking.
That one could be cool. But what would the golden parts be? Because it's and the black parts, would it just be obsidian?
I mean, we could use concrete, I guess. We just need a lot of ink sacs.
Oh my god! Here we go again.
Yeah, she's doing that right now with her parking
Yeah,
lot.
literally, that's it. The concrete black sacks, gravel.
to make a parking lot.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
just over here. What?
Uh oh.
Oh no.
Oh,
Hold on.
yeah.
hold
You know,
on.
at first when you were on your way here, I was more concerned that you would fall into the snow that makes you drown, and then you would just freeze to death.
See, that's
I've,
what I almost
I've
did.
died from everything else since then.
Yeah.
But you have people over here who do this medieval castle, and then you
Yeah, you're gonna be like,
parking lot.
yeah. It's a
What?
beautiful setting. Yes.
It's just, I mean, we can make it like a medieval Daft Punk period. It doesn't have to be like exact. We could just, like, this was supposed to be a rocket ship, and then I turned it into like some sort of weird old alien ruin spire.
I just thought the contrast was interesting.
Yeah.
As it stands out, you know, me.
As
my
the
parking
medieval
lot, you and
knights
your-
right
Actually, you know,
the Walmart opens at 7.
yeah, they have a Walmart. It's crazy
and
out
then I
here.
have a UFO and autism kid. Like this
See,
this is
Where do you plan on having the UFO if you were to build it?
just a hill. Like originally, my plan was in between everybody, so it doesn't take a
So that
5 years to get to. Maybe.
well, people live right there.
Yeah, there's too many people. Right?
Radiant lives there with
People
Tot,
suck.
because I wanted to live near
decided
Radiant.
to live just with Ico because it's just up in
Oh
a hill.
boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm quite isolated. Well, not exactly, because Chris is over there, right? I think.
Oh, there's mushrooms over there. Maybe.
You can't
Yes.
get to that.
Oh, is
there's
the
a
border there?
Yeah, when I was getting these,
Oh man.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna get them and be productive. Boom.
The border is like 3,000 perimeter wide from spawn, so. But it's going to expand either tonight or tomorrow, I think.
I don't know the rules of this server. I'll be real.
I didn't know about the border at first.
I
but-
didn't know about the Nether.
Yeah, no dragon, no nether, no,
No end game. No.
which is great. I like that.
No
but
nothing.
yeah, definitely
No,
don't.
nothing.
No, nothing. Makes the bounties a little bit more interesting. How are you doing this? It's like you guys are clapping. No, no.
La 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 la.
But I didn't set that up.
Let's see.
Yeah, I have so many neighbors.
Who you borscht?
No.
Oh,
Oh, wait, huge.
no, it's random thought. It was like the pyramid and then the UFO above.
Mmm.
With like a little apartment.
Well, I
Can you
was
make it
thinking
float?
like,
Sort of. You can make like the UAV ray thing like water.
Oh.
And you can, like,
then you
swim
beam
up to your
That's
place.
cool.
that's
That's
an idea if
cool.
you want to be closer.
Maybe. I think Chris is building a train. I don't know if it's
Right
the same
there.
system from the other server.
Is right
Yeah.
Here,
there.
let's go looking.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even, I haven't
Chris,
visited.
Chris very smart with this stuff. Chris, I
Yeah.
think you would like Chris's setup. You know?
Chris does what
I mean,
I do, but like even more extensively, because
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay. No.
why?
No, it's called
Oh,
no code on.
Chris has like
No
a
code.
an alt world where she does all her experimenting, and I'm like, I do that too. Sometimes, but
is there crates
Yeah,
in this?
yeah. I don't know if it's the same one from the art server, but it's
Our server
it-
has the crate mod.
they're setting up something
oh,
like that because they're making a tunnel to spawn.
I haven't checked all the mods yet, so I don't know.
I haven't either, honestly. The most important ones is you can shift right click and spam to pet people. What?
Yeah.
Ow!
Wait, you can?
Yeah, when your thing's empty. I'm being killed. I'm okay.
No.
Oh, he's dead.
Bone.
There's a creeper. I have really bad luck with creepers in this server, so just a warning. I like absorb them. I don't know what bad luck I have.
It's because you're
They just-
green.
You got the
That's
musk.
racist. The musk.
They like green.
The
He's saying I
bees.
smell the bugs.
Oh,
This is nice.
Cool.
Yeah, this is real architecture. I'm a subpar builder, but if I find inspiration, I'll go out of my way to do
Yeah,
it.
I'm pretty bad too.
I feel like they're building something to kill me with. Like this looks like some like railgun. That's
Doohickey.
What is happening?
This is a chicken farm.
oh
What the
Ha-
what? You make
bec-
chickens?
Wait, no, wait.
bee farm, I think.
Bee farm. Yeah, it's a bee farm.
What the fuck?
Wait, is there someone over
Whoa.
there?
But this is not modded. This is just normal Minecraft.
Oh, what the fuck?
This is just
What
crazy.
is that? It looks like a person like take.
It's like a FNAF pixel.
Yeah.
Was that?
I don't even know. This looks nice though.
Yeah, it's a really pretty
I like this block.
castle. What this block?
I don't know. I'm not touching it.
Half of the time, I don't know if it's normal Minecraft or it's mod.
Skeleton
know.
horse. Holy.
It's copper. So this is what you wanted to do.
Yeah, just to get that.
This takes
my-
time.
No, it's
This
okay.
takes.
I mean,
this takes
I
a
don't.
while for it
I don't
to
mind
do.
if this takes. Yeah, I don't mind. I just want to have like kind of this shape, you know. But like, I mean, you've seen the picture.
Well, well,
Yeah.
well.
This shape you cannot do
Doggy.
with copper, unfortunately. The only way you can fake it is if you have like say like two lightning rods pointing towards each other, and so it would only be 2 blocks high.
I mean, I could probably just do it in like stone.
You could.
Yeah. Oh, look how pretty it is.
It is pretty.
Norwegians, disgusting.
Hey.
Oh, are they?
No, yeah. Well, Chris is Norwegian. No, I have no issues with Norway.
Norway's cool.
Norway is cool.
I would move to Norway.
It's alright.
The floor.
But
is,
if you
like,
couldn't pick
tiny.
your own country out of all of those, which one would you pick to move to?
like
if I could-
Scandinavia.
Yeah.
Wait, if I could pick,
Let's just say that
Between all those.
your country is going to like become
die.
inhabitable somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, which Scandinavian country would you like move to? Like Norway, Denmark, maybe Finland if that counts. Iceland if that counts in a way because it's like just there.
Scandinavia is only like 3 countries.
There's no. I feel right.
It's
Like
it's-
Finland's literally a movement.
would if I were to say the UK only consists of England, that would be
Okay,
wrong,
that's-
right?
that's a good point, yeah.
Well, my thing is, I meant like more Nordic countries, right? Because then Iceland
There we
counts.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nordic country, then Finland and Iceland and all that counts. If I want normal, just it all being normal, from how I'm living currently, probably Norway. If I
Okay.
want more pastries, probably Denmark.
I see. Okay.
Denmark was nice. It's just like, yeah, your language is like like there's similarities, but like there's something sharper about Swedish and something like very soft about like Danish. So it's like it's kind of
From
cool that I'm starting to tell a difference. like whoa.
the way I think we describe Danish is like if you have food in your mouth.
Yeah, everyone says potatoes in the third.
Well, they have a bunch of pastries, so that's maybe why.
Yeah, I mean, and then Norway. Like I feel like I've only heard like Zeph and Chris speak, and it sounds like it's like more R-rowy. Well, I don't even know if that's right. There's something I don't know how to explain it. You also like sound like Elvish.
Whoa.
What does it mean?
They like don't they sound like fancy, like fantasy creature, like a runic, like Elvish?
I mean, I guess
Elvish?
that yeah, they are
Can
Nordic.
you speak Swedish right now?
Where am I performing? I can't fucking... Kan du höra de här personerna prata om mig själv i det här? That's fucking crazy.
Whoa. He just said that you ain't got no nipples.
Whoa! What the hell?
Oh, sorry.
I'm staying here.
Yeah, well,
Chris would say I have
I
nipples.
already told Radiant that Chris is gonna be my new best friend. Never spoke to Chris,
Whoa.
but
What the hell? And I do
I'm
have
moving.
nipples. So rude.
I'm going home.
Let's go.
You
I'm
guys
d-
got any gravel or sand?
Uh,
I need dirt.
Well, there's dirt here. Do you want a shovel?
Where?
Here, dirt. Look.
no,
down,
this is
dirt.
grass. Silly.
No, dirt under the dirt. Look, dirt.
What?
Dirt.
Under the dirt?
Look, dirt.
Where does she
Why
go?
are you down there?
Dirt. I found dirt.
Where do you
You're on
go?
stone.
I'm gonna die.
You're not gonna die.
How are you suffocating?
You suffocate in snow.
Oh.
That's all.
And gravel it falls.
Wow.
Oh.
You are the piece of
Thanks.
meat I wish.
I wish
Oh, thank
I
you.
didn't meet.
I think I'm gonna keep the tower, the spire. I think we're gonna keep it and like take down the last 2 layers, and just kind of expand up from there. Unless you want to
Okay.
take it down and actually make the pyramid.
You can make it
I'm down for whatever.
like that thing from Dubai. The was it Kia Khalifa?
Oh,
Whatever
Burj
the fuck it's called. Yeah.
yeah, the Mia
Mia Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa.
That's not it.
That's definitely, yeah, that's what we'll call it.
Yeah, what's the Mia
don't-
Khalifa, guys?
I don't know.
She's an actress.
Is that one song?
Oh yeah,
Mia
wait, hit or
Khalifa.
miss.
It never hit. I guess. Yes.
I have water, but the water is like fizzy.
Touching the bush. Ew, you like fizzy water?
I do actually. Yes.
Ew.
Well, I don't like soda,
Ew.
so it's like a
No,
cope.
that's soda water.
Yeah, but there's no
I don't-
sugar, bruv.
You cannot say this when your lemonade is not lemonade.
Oh
Also,
my
that's
God, you
true.
need
Your
to
lemonade's
like-
not
nah,
even real.
Nah, don't diss my lemonade.
And you don't
guys
like
like
Guinness.
Sprite
What,
or
like,
something?
how?
I don't like beer. Beer tastes like piss and
I just
sweat.
don't think you're British.
It's piss and sweat.
I'm convinced.
Your lemonade is soda.
Yeah.
You're okay. Okay. Alright. Let me
There's
think.
no
Let me think.
comeback.
No.
It's usually like,
No. Huh?
Shit is true.
You say oast. You know what oast is?
No.
Why is it every Scandinavian country says oast?
We don't say oast. We say oast.
Doesn't taste like beer. It tastes like burnt toast. I thought you were like a connoisseur of Guinness, and you're Irish. Wait.
Well, your language ain't real.
Well, we fucking started.
I wonder which one actually started it.
Yeah, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
The burger.
Never gonna dance again.
Damn, English came first.
You're not real. You're fake language.
You know, you're right.
Donde
I
está?
should use disappear.
No, what the fuck? No! Don't be.
I'm not real.
Oh
You,
my god.
I am your imaginary friend. You
Like
should
Daft
grow up.
Punk, you're gonna pop.
They literally explode. There's a creeper.
Oh, fuck's sake, no. I gotta go. Bad
That's
luck.
that's
I
why
got-
you need a UFO to be up in the sky, because then no one can get
No,
you.
I need a cat.
I'm dead.
No.
Okay, this is bad. My house.
Sorry. There's so much happening. I'm gonna have a pee myself. I'm gonna pee myself. I'm gonna pee myself. I'm scared.
Okay, everything hurts.
Let me take you to a rocket ship. Have you watched Project Hail Mary?
I have to. It actually just
It's
appeared in
so
the
Christ,
streaming
6
services.
times. You
I
watch
have
it
to.
right
Okay, everyone keeps
now,
talking
right?
about
Isn't
some
it?
rock they cried to.
Isn't it out in like digital now?
Yeah, it's on streaming. It's on Netflix at least, but you have to pay like extra.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, it's
Oh.
like, oh, you need the HBO services.
Just watch
you
it
kn-
again.
Put it on
Honestly.
for.
True.
Honestly, just another movie night.
I mean, I want to go to the movies to see it, to be honest.
That's fair.
To the
That's fair,
theater.
to be fair. If honestly, if I had the chance, I would definitely like watch it in the cinemas because it's just that good.
Yeah, like
Yes.
the way it sounds, like the sound effects and stuff, you could tell it's gonna sound so good in a cinema.
Yeah, because we watched it digitally.
My problem is I can't take that actor seriously sometimes. Because I just think of him in Blade Runner and all the meme gifs of like,
He's definitely not that character.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
very silly. He's very silly in this movie. It's very like very.
He's actually like an
very
actual
you.
person.
Very
Me!
you guys. Very like silly like.
Me? Me?
where are you going?
No.
I'm going home.
You guys too
What
silly.
What the hell?
Too silly. Goodbye.
I am mysterious.
I am mysterious.
It's funny because it's a reference.
Oh.
So what do you go up to?
I'm gonna, but mostly I'm just gonna be collecting sound.
Oh, there's a creeper dying.
Cool.
Yeah,
Hope he
he's
suffers.
yeah, he's suffering in the by the way, you're like right on top of the death blocks.
Oh.
Oh, there's a creeper on the way. To your left. Well, this one's dying, but the other one just turned around.
Well,
We
if
should
you
probably
need
light this
any-
place up a bit.
Yeah. If you need any break from your parking lot, you know where we are.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna make a bridge, and just from here to there, but it will go like right into the sky, over the clouds, so I won't go over. I won't interact with people.
You can make like an underground,
That sounds awesome.
or you can connect it to Chris's railroad.
Yeah.
I think Tot is making like a subway system.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Peony, you could talk to Tot and be Swedish and talk about plop. I'm dying.
Yeah, this mountain.
It will probably be my first interaction with Todd, if I'll be real.
That's okay. You talk about how licorice is terrible. I'm dying. I'm actually gonna die. Actually.
Yeah,
Oh
why
my
do,
Oh
why do
my
you
god!
keep...
Oh my god, I'm dying! I'm actually dying! Guys, I'm dying!
There's a creeper on the... Guys, there's a creeper. There's...
I'm dying! Goodbye!
Don't go near the fucking snow on this side.
Yeah, the east side of this mountain, northeast, is death.
Yeah, if you'd like to introduce me to Todd, I guess, I'd be glad to talk, I guess.
I just want to hear two Swedish people talking.
I thought Tot was Denmark.
No!
Who's
Bird
Denmark?
Bird.
A bird.
Bird Denmark.
They're gonna
Bird
call me a fake Swede.
Yeah, because you don't like licorice, do you?
I do not.
Yeah.
Well, if you need any help with anything, you know where you find us. You good luck with your thing.
Dude, this snow is great defense.
I know, it's so good. I can't even get in. Thank you. Ooh. Wait.
All right, I'm gonna go into the gaping hole again.
Cool.
Later,
Good
guys.
luck with your gaping hole. I'll see you guys.
Later.
Alright. Let's see.
Oh, I got a power 2 bow from that skeleton.
Nice. I'm dying.
Oh. Yeah, we need to figure out food stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I've been so focused on this and people kept giving me like meat. So I haven't really made farm stuff.
Let's make that first.
I guess true. It's the mushroom place.
Guys, help me. There's babies. They're gonna kill kill me,
Get,
babies.
get up here.
And this baby's killing
Be careful with the snow. Make sure it's not the weird bubbly looking one.
You sure you want to go back to your parking lot?
Go, you see that cave with the lighting? Go through there. Go through the cave with the lighting. Yeah.
Down.
Yeah, just follow it.
Oh god, what if it... No! Oh, there. Okay, I thought you... Oh!
Okay, don't fall in the hole.
Careful.
Okay.
You can
Yeah, we have a lot
sit
of
here.
emergency protocol.
Yeah, I see that.
The emergency is fall and don't die.
Yeah. Fortunately, you know, if you're moving forward, you might just land on the other side.
Okay.
Okay, not everyone's really good.
We're really bad at fucking. Yes.
You're really better. Huh?
I'm getting up on this staircase.
Okay.
Maybe this will
I
just
wouldn't
be
know
like
also.
the death pit, like, you know, Darth Maul, and then perhaps we'll make like a water elevator somewhere else. Water.
Maybe.
There he is! Ah!
Wait for the sun to get up and they will burn.
The 300 pit.
What is that?
What the-
does it
Hello?
look like that?
No, I'm gonna die! Oh,
You
wait,
made a
did you
chicken!
chick? Yeah!
Where'd it go?
You should see the puppies and stuff. They're different now. It's not, it's like new Minecraft. They makes it
Baby chicken.
square.
No jockey. Hey, do you want a spyglass? Looking
Oh.
everywhere.
Oh, thank you. Wait, this is spare?
Yeah, I mean, I could just make another.
Okay, thank you. This is very good, so I can stare at you guys. Oh, he's stupid looking.
Okay, I really hope he doesn't fall though. He actually looks so dumb.
He's so dumb.
You're so mean. Oh, you can't just steal him.
Well, I birthed him. It's my baby.
You're gonna walk it all the way home. Careful. Okay,
It's not even gonna look like that anymore.
that's true. He'd be a big grown man. I wonder, can he like break through here? No.
He's in the shame corner.
Can I push him in the hole?
Okay, I mean,
Mr. Warden.
no, the warden, I don't think he'll spawn. I really hope he doesn't spawn again. I broke the catalyst. Probably.
Can't just
He's
laugh
so
at it.
Dumb. He's so stupid.
He's so mean.
You should see the puppies. They're so cute.
Guys, this is crazy what I'm watching.
You know the penguin in Super Mario 64?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
push him in, push him Blood for the blood god. La 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 la. Come on. Go, little man.
Wait, stay still. Wait. take
Actually,
your-
I think they will.
She's fine. There's water.
Yeah, but there's a warden.
She's fine. There's water.
Yeah, you're right. She'll just swim off the pain. Dude, that's such a long way up.
It is a very long way. It'll probably be night to be pushing us.
Yeah, it will. Wow, would you look at the time? High noon. Okay, no, it's not high noon yet.
She comes up. It be night. It becomes day. She makes a parking lot. That sounds like a wonderful night.
This is the day in the life of Leafeons.
Wait, was the parking lot hers or someone else?
It's her and Boshi.
Ah.
And then they're making a Walmart.
So what we do?
You know, I keep looking at these, like, bodies of water. And I keep, you know, like, Sandy Cheeks has that, like, underwater dome. I want to make that, but I feel like it would make more sense than an ocean than a little river.
I
Well,
get what you're saying at, but I don't think we're gonna get any ocean anytime soon.
well, look over there.
That is beyond the barrier.
Ah, damn. It's a Malky. Are you sure?
Yes, because I tried to get to those mushrooms over there, and that's beyond the barrier.
Oh, well, I don't know when they're gonna expand, but... I mean, that's fine. You think she's like halfway up by now?
He sent me an image of the like chicken next to the warden stuff. Down
Oh,
there.
God.
The deep block. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, the deep slate. Well, I'm gonna go try to break more of those anyway, so I guess I'll see her at some point. Wait. Oh, she's coming up.
You see her like I
Yeah.
can't go across.
Huh. So what are you thinking? Maybe, you know...
Sisyphus. What?
Yes, exactly.
It's just my experience with that staircase.
You see how, like... there's the upper level, right? It's basically like the 4x4. And then below it is like the thicker layer. I think maybe remove the top portion and expand it and like kind of slowly go off of each layer until we get to this one again as like the roof.
Okay.
If that makes sense. It would look more like Sauron's like you know, the tower and then his eye, but I don't know. Alternatively, we ditch this mountain and I don't really want to ditch it, actually I like it here.
That's fine.
We could take down, it's also uneven, which has been pissing me off, which is why I kind of thought about taking it down.
I see.
And then I don't know, we could build something else. We can build like a burger.
Very Daft Punk.
We could do
That's
the
your-
pyramid, it's just, I think we would have to expand the mountain a little bit. Potentially. Do you know of any architecture from music?
From music, I couldn't say in particular.
Blink 182.
They don't have anything.
ACDC.
They don't have anything. I mean, they have hell.
T-shirts.
They do
Mm,
have hell.
Kiss.
keep going. You might. It might.
ABBA.
ABBA doesn't have like a structure.
Sweden.
It's gonna be a giant Polish and like Swedish flag, but it's 3D, and that's it. Those are the houses.
How is
Unique.
what?
Well, the kid's dead.
Oh, how?
They're gonna die. I lost my leash, but I got this thing. Oh, thank you.
Was that lemonade?
Pink Floyd. What if we just made like a giant shipwreck and would never like apply any lore to it, but just a giant ship on top of the mountain?
Could
Like-
you? I think Hood's making. What's that place in the Pirates?
Parts of the-
Tortuga.
Oh, Tortuga? That's
Hogwarts.
cool.
Yeah, they're making Tortuga.
So, if you let's say we do a shipwreck, would it be a ship on a mountain or a ship that's crashed into a mountain?
Well, she's already doing like a UFO crashed into the side of the
Let's do
mountain.
that. I mean, I don't want to build it.
We can make a yellow submarine. Giant yellow submarine Beatles reference.
Treasure Planet.
Treasure planet.
Ooh.
What would we make from that?
Yeah, true.
Ship.
Ship.
Spaceship.
Just make a giant iron giant head.
Oh.
Last time I made Squidward's house, and then I also made El Mañana from Gorillaz. So I'm kind of straight. I'm fresh out of ideas at this point.
Right.
At
We're
least-
just brainstorming now.
What's your favorite musical artist? Who is it?
my favorite musical artist, I listen to a lot of rock.
Okay. You like Pink
old-timey
Floyd?
rock. I like Kiss,
Okay, okay,
AC/DC,
okay. The Beatles.
Beatles is good. Is the
Nice.
discussion corner?
We just need a campfire now and some marshmallows.
Chair if you want one.
Yeah, you go to the chair. I wonder if
What?
is there. Okay, there's no like furniture. I checked if there's
Don't
a
mind the
furnishing.
noise.
What's that?
Lemonade.
Ah, ice cold lemonade.
It's don't epilate, dude. You will kill yourself.
What?
Epilate. It's like tweezers. That's electric.
Oh.
Woogie, woogie, woogie.
A giant clog.
A giant valve. Steam.
Portal.
Yes, a giant. Just make a giant valve logo. From the song Clogs.
Ouch.
Hello?
Sorry. Yeah, I gotta put this down.
Why she's burger?
You can make a big burger. Good burger. McDonald's.
Alien burger.
We can
A
just
burger from space.
The diner from I don't know.
Futurama?
Oh. I
Oh.
think there's like there's this kid show called Kid Cosmic, and there's a diner in space, essentially.
Oh.
I think something both of you like would be ideal. I'm trying to think of what you both.
Fifth Element?
Fifth Element. I don't think
really-
you've seen Fifth Element, have you?
I don't know. Not a clue.
Back to
Well,
the Future
here's the thing. I
DeLorean.
wanted to. It doesn't have to be music themed.
Just
I'm an
need
alien.
idea.
Just a record shop.
Yeah,
That's
I
just-
mean,
Ooh.
A record store. But it's
Wait,
like
that
a
would
little
actually be sick.
glorified, but like vibey. It's like just
okay.
Because that gives us another objective of collecting all of the vinyls, which is really annoying.
yeah, true. Because I have one. I have cat.
Hell yeah.
And then you could put post. Well, I don't know. There's no custom art in this one.
Aliens that like music.
Sorry. I'm dying.
Because then you could do like a record store that's alien themed and just like have a mini like in that one place in GTA that has a UFO on the outside, like a mini one.
That cool shop next to the
Yeah.
nightclub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, a vinyl shop would be sick, actually. Like we don't.
Okay.
It would take us forever to get the vinyls themselves, but the shop would be cool.
I
think-
know a
yeah.
way to make it look like one of those shelves with just record players. We could use a loom because those
Oh.
has the lines. That
Yeah.
look like them.
This was a good idea. Yes. I was thinking because, I'm an alien and he's a robot. It would like, what would we do? But
that
we-
would be.
That would be cool. You just have an
Yeah.
alien ship next door. It's like always a customer.
yes.
I like that. You guys go well. You guys go well. Yeah.
Wait, we have to tear this thing down now.
I was just like suggesting if you wanted anything, but
Oh, I don't know. I'm adventuring. I'm going here to there to here.
Yo, Skrill, drop it hard.
There's there's a lot of places.
Yes. We're quite isolated for a store.
That's what makes it special.
Yeah, you're right. It's like, oh, yo, you guys wanna take a drive to the record store?
Yo, you wanna get this very hard to get disc?
Yeah. Like
And as
it's
soon
kind of
as
like a
someone buys that, we have another adventure we gotta go on.
put a hole in the back, make the record store a front for a secret alien ship. I was thinking like a
Oh,
black hole or
sick.
something.
Fucking
Unless you
Men in
do-
Black.
Yeah, because originally I was thinking I was for like a secret tunnel. Not even meant to be an Avatar reference, but like you could do like not back rooms, but like it is like underground, like Men in Black shit. So it's like record store on top, secret tunnel that leads to like a UFO or secret mentioned.
Ooh,
A
I
secret.
don't know.
I also
Secret.
thought of just like making half of it like warped by a black hole, and we just have like some sort of wool black hole or something. Just think of space stuff. We don't have to do that, obviously. The record
sounds
shop itself sounds awesome on its own, honestly.
And you can use like
imagine
looms.
this record store,
Whoa.
black hole.
Oh
Whoa.
yes,
How you do that?
a lot of wool
So-
probably.
It will, yeah. So the black hole would look like, well, you know, one of those classic black holes, circle with the line going
Yeah.
across it or whatever. And you can see like maybe parts of the record store slowly going in.
Yes. Yo.
That is one idea at least.
I don't know build, so I'm just here to support. And if you need anything gathered, I'm like a delivery service. I've been delivering stuff across the map. I delivered Sakura, sand, you know, I got you.
I see. So
What do you need?
let's say we were to do it. Do we have to demolish the entire thing then?
I would probably demolish this whole thing, which
That
is
makes
fun.
sense.
I mean, we could
Uh,
leave like the first floor temporarily while we like plan it out so that we have somewhere like some sort of storage.
Just somewhere to live.
Or we could use the hole and just make a temporary like sleeping areas.
I wish this mushroom thing worked.
It's too cold for him.
Because then I
He's small
then I
'cause
could
it's
just
cold.
make like a little hut from the mushroom.
I wonder if they grew down here.
What?
He's
Do you have dirt?
Not on me. I have cobblestone.
That does not. I needed dirt for this one block.
I could dig down. I could go down there and
No,
get
that's
dirt.
too much.
No, it's just literally there. I can
It's
literally
too much.
He's right. I'm going down. I get you dirt. I'm going. Actually, I can
Okay.
do it the fun way. So long, suckers. Oh, so long. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh, no.
What's up, boy? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
But I like the idea. The
Yeah,
record
that's
store.
awesome. I don't really know how to do
So-
exteriors.
I got you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can take this apart. Let's, you know, I'll start on that before I go back into the mines. Do you want to like just move everything to like? Okay, I'm gonna make like a temporary room in the staircase, just to move everything, and then we can like start. Yeah.
I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman from New York.
Maniac. Some people on the same server is reigniting me to want to play Minecraft again. Yeah, I play this game about like once a year because otherwise it's too much for me and I burn out pretty quickly. I actually played a bit earlier last year, or I guess not too long ago is what I'm trying to say. So I wasn't really sure if I would commit to this server, but I have so many friends in here that I'm just like, well, a Brooklyn storefront that was ripped straight out of Brooklyn, literally with bricks. Why do you just want to make it so hard on us? Bricks? Do you know how hard it's gonna be to like? Yo, Ben. We'll figure it out. But I like the idea of it being torn apart by a black hole. That's huge. That's a great idea. Hey, Leaf. Oh, she's gone?
I got dirt.
Hey, guess who's online here?
I know. Oh, I might
That's
kill him
crazy.
tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah. I could kill him today.
Do you have a vision for this record shop already?
I have a general idea. I
Okay.
guess.
There was a suggestion to make it sort of Brooklyn in the sense of like bricks, but we don't have to. That's
Bricks.
yeah,
I don't
exactly.
like brick.
You don't like brick?
Brick is such a weird material to.
I'm
work
with you on that. I'm glad because I first of all, getting it sucks. What? Well,
I
you're
only
making the-
needed one.
You're making the Twilight portal? Wait, no, that's glowstone.
Please, we're
That's the
trying
Aether.
to demolish and you're
Yeah,
placing
wait,
more
yeah, we're trying to
blocks.
break this.
You're so rude.
Okay.
Why you gotta be so rude?
Sorry.
Don't you know we're human too? Oh, sorry, we're alien. I'm an alien anyway. Alien dude guy. And the robot. And the plant there. Oh, can't do that.
I'll leave block in this one for you. I have random cobblestone. I don't know. Is this yours?
I have to. Oh god. Okay, hold on. Hey, you need water.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I have blocks of that stuff, so. You ever need snowballs? This is nice because there's an actual objective to that. We have to find all of the like book, not the book, the vinyls. I thought of making it like, you know, a trade thing too, where you can like trade vinyls, but that might make it a bit more complicated.
I'm just a kid and I'm not a nightmare.
What do you what?
I'm just a kid and I'm not fair. I'm alone in the world and having more fun than me.
When I was a young boy, my
Boy,
father,
My father.
took me into the city.
they took me to the city to see
Oh,
here
yeah,
a marching
Lord,
band. I'm in my EDM arc right now. I'm listening to
You're back.
Skrillex. I'm listening to Skrillex.
You're so 23 years old.
Yeah, I'm so like 2016. Lol.
Lol.
Lol. And tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I listen to Death Screamo. Of hell.
What are you doing?
Why she's green?
I should like go back to sand, but like that's a journey.
Wait,
It's gonna take
didn't you
5
bring your
years.
horse?
No, not this time.
Okay.
The
That-
city didn't die.
Do you
Oh,
want help?
Well, maybe you can find
I
the
can't
donkey. There's a
build.
donkey around here somewhere.
That's completely fine because we're demolishing.
Yes.
Oh, do you want TNT?
No.
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 All of we just breaking from top to bottom.
Or the other king beat a pump para kick.
Pampara pizza, better run, better run.
Thank God, dude. This building's pissed me off. I'm gonna be honest. It's asymmetrical, so at some point I messed up, and it's been pissing me off.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful, dude. Yeah, it's the architecture is very fatal. I don't like making it square. I don't like.
Right.
So there's a lot of falling point. All in all, we're just another brick in the wall. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. Ouch. Oh. Who broke?
Sorry, this is my old pickaxe.
This is
is
my back.
stupid. Oh, sorry. My back.
Don't. It's the tone that you could hear it.
Wow. What a hole. Sorry, I like Ace Ventura very a lot.
Oh yeah, I forgot he said that.
What a hole. Jim Carrey is my favorite, this guy. Without him, I am just Ico. I need a more pickaxe.
You need. You wanna borrow my? I have like a stone one, and then like here, take this.
What do you have?
Catch. The stone.
Oh, thank you.
It's
I'm
not
full on
best.
inventory.
Oh shit.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I mean, we have mending, which is nice, so we'll just use that for diamond ones whenever we find diamonds.
Oh, do you want diamonds?
No,
No. I'm not using them.
no, it's all good. I like to find at least my first set, and then I will happily take diamonds after.
I just don't like handouts. From
Also,
you
yeah.
particularly.
Yeah,
He-
you
he
can't
doesn't
do
like
that.
anything from me.
That's
Hey.
This
can't
is
say that.
support by Deadmau5 from stuff I used to.
I don't like.
Just for the
I don't
record,
like
a lot
giving-
of this specific album
giving
is like references to old songs, so you might be recognizing it from something else. Hey, I am an Apache helicopter.
I'm dying.
Don't.
Don't.
Lol.
Okay. Girl, alien in New York. Hey, that's you guys.
What?
You're a legal alien in New York. Like
But
the
we're
song.
not. This is not New York. This is
Why not?
this is Frangelspiel.
Why not?
It should be.
No,
Frangelspiel.
we're alien and robot, so it's Frangelspiel. We have to like
You're-
mix a Polish and a Swedish word somehow.
What? Oh,
I
gotta
don't.
think
I don't
about-
know.
Oh,
Slimak. Wait, say snail. Say snail in Swedish as well.
Snigel.
Smeagol!
Snigel.
Schlimgel. Welcome to Schlimgel record store. Do you need maybe a cat? We have cat, many record of cat. Uh-oh. Who broke?
It was me.
Do you want a bottle? You want this?
A bottle?
That's crazy. Anyway,
Do you have a pickaxe?
I can make one.
I can break these cups. You can't break those cups.
these cups.
There's a website full of like source references for songs, and Deadmau5 is definitely in there. I don't remember
What
its name.
crafting table?
It's in the hole, in the sleeping. Well, this definitely came apart a lot faster than I anticipated.
It's easier to demolish than it is to build, because you
Yeah.
have to plan how to build.
Yeah, this took me a long time. Dude, this looks like the Rings of Saturn, but it's like separate. I'm a space
Saturn
nerd, by the
version.
way, so just Who sampled? Yeah.
There is no crafting table down here.
Huh?
Oh, do you want to borrow mine? Cause I have
Oh,
one. Wait.
I have 5. Hold on, I have 2. I mean, I have.
Oh, never mind. I thought I had mine. I keep saying I have things. And
I have an
don't
emergency
things.
one, and then I have. Well, one in the base, but I always hold one on me. The song was "Support" by
You
Dead
look-
Mouse.
Oh.
What are you saying?
This
Wait,
is
what are we gonna
kinda
do about the
funny.
hole? What? How? The black hole actually just ripped up an entire like core. Oh,
You can't say that.
oh, sorry. I'm Poland. I like Chopin. What about you?
What he said to me.
I like Chopin. Do 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 do.
What is that? What am I hearing?
You don't know the song?
I
No.
don't.
Wait, what? Am I crazy? Look it up. Look up. I like Chopin. 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 Chopin.
Oh,
Uh,
I like shopping. Gazebo.
Yes, gazebo.
What the fuck?
I'm telling you. You listen.
My internet weekend.
I like Chopin.
I like
Gazebo.
Chopin. By gazebo.
Oh, it's so 80s.
Yes. You don't know the song?
No.
No.
Rainy days when they say goodbye. Now I gotta play it.
I'm probably gonna be the worst record owner. I don't know songs. I'm an intern.
I'm music nerd. You know that dude? What's his name?
John Music.
Yeah, John Music. The music nerd. Needle Drop. Anthony Fantano. I'm like, if like he was less
If he was
critic.
sane.
Also, yeah. Well, no. Maybe not. Maybe not the same part. If I was sane, I wouldn't have taken down this spire. That took me like 10 hours to build.
You guys should make a big telescope. And we do
Oh.
spacey stuff.
I mean, it could just be a space-themed record shop.
That's how do you say? So the like Kid Cosmic thing.
Oh
They
yeah.
had like a diner, like a real diner, ripped from Earth, and then just a bunch of aliens started going there, and so they just accustomed to them instead.
Oh, it's for the aliens, and it's like, you wanna listen to Earth music, Earthling music.
This is Earth music with bebop.
The humans call this jazz, but we call it purple.
Slab.
Slab. Wow, this looks not. What if we just leave it like this? I mean, a diner would be sick too, but you know, the problem with the diner is we would need.
No custom.
I would need black and white flooring, otherwise I wouldn't think it's a diner.
Yeah.
Isn't that easy to get?
What are you gonna do with the flooring of the?
I mean, I guess if we make it wool, but I thought like terracotta.
Yeah, I was thinking terracotta
Yeah.
as well.
But I don't think you
But
can get terracotta right now.
There's no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's a parking lot.
Well, they're using concrete,
Yeah.
Oh.
We're doing it by
so we need
scratch.
clay.
Oh, yeah, I mixed it.
Yeah.
Stop throwing snowball at me.
No,
Stop.
I like the record shop. I'm a music nerd and a space nerd, so it makes so much sense. Are you a space music? I mean, you guys like that movie, so oh great. Don't get tossed into a hole.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna be a problem.
Oh. There's only one thing I couldn't like Marvel. Yeah.
Well, he knows my Marvel opinion and Spider-Man.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is insane still.
Bro,
Just watch Spider-Man. You don't even have to watch the rest.
but I watched Toby Maguire, and I think that's peak. And then I watched the Into the Spider-Verse. I feel like that's enough Spider-Man.
No.
What do you mean no?
What about
Dude,
Guardians of the Galaxy?
the only Spider-Man thing I wanted for my entire life, because my favorite villain from Marvel is Carnage, and apparently it's the worst live-action movie they made in like years.
It kind of is.
So, you see my predicament here.
Well, yeah, but it's also a completely separate thing. It's not really. I'm thinking MCU. It's not really MCU.
Oh. Well, I mean, I watched,
It's like most of the Spider-Man movies are not that good.
Well, ow, it hurts so bad. I'm going to bed.
We're going to bed.
No sleep. Okay, we can't sleep. No, they don't want sleep.
Don't want sleep.
Be careful coming up. There's a lot of them.
You can take your spawn point if you accidentally die here, for example.
I watched Guardians of the Galaxy because it has Rocket Raccoon. So like
he's good. He's a really good character.
I didn't watch the Avengers. I don't really care about anyone but Iron Man in there, and that's my only thing.
That's completely fair.
But I have watched Marvel. I just like DC more. The problem is that DC also sucks. DC is so bad.
I like some DC movies.
I like the
like
Superman one.
I like Constantine and I like.
Oh, Constantine. Well, I like my favorite villain is Harley Quinn. What is that? Suicide Squad was bad.
I didn't like Suicide Squad.
And then my favorite hero is Nightwing, who is basically in no movie ever. So
Yeah.
I have bad taste in superheroes. Yeah, that's just my thing.
Do you like Hiro Nakamura from Heroes?
Yes, I love heroes.
Do you like?
I gotta continue that show.
Oh, it's so good.
It's like cheesy, but it's
Spider-Man.
It's lo-
I like.
the-
What else do I like? I like
You like-
Umbrella Academy. I love
watched that.
pierogi. You watch it?
I watched that. I watched the first 3 seasons and then a little bit of a fourth and then I stopped.
Well, fourth is the bad one, right? That's like the one where.
Yeah, that's
So I
probably
didn't.
why I stopped.
Yeah, I didn't watch it because I was told not to. But I loved the first 3. I like the first 2 seasons. Season 3 was kind of, in my opinion. But
Yeah. It had like an interesting concept to it.
Yeah.
Just like random kids got birthed at the same time, and they all have powers.
and it was written by Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance. So
No.
Really?
yeah, he made a comic of it before it became a show. So you know, I have more bias to liking it. What do you want to do about this
how big?
pit? Wait, what?
How big do you want this?
You know, I'm giving you the creative freedom because I actually don't have much of an image in my head.
Okay, so
Record shop.
did you say you didn't want a square?
I don't like squares, but if you make it like a weird square, it's fine.
That's not a square then.
Well, a weird square in the sense of like, this is a square, but then as it like gets larger, it like has a different. I don't know how to. I'm really bad with words and explaining, but like essentially, there's a roof, but then there's a part of the store that kind of goes down. It could be a square then. Honestly, if you make it, I will have more of an opinion. And I'm not that picky. My whole thing about square is like the roof. You know? Does that make sense?
The roof.
The roof. I don't like flat roof sometimes.
Well, it depends on what you have on the roof. Would you
Right.
want like a giant disc on top of the roof?
Well, I feel like, will we have half of the roof kind of destroyed because of the black hole? If we commit to
Well,
it.
I guess somewhat.
Because I like the idea Leaf had with the UFO from GTA. So what if, like,
Right.
we had lore? Sorry, I'm a nerd, lore nerd too, but what if we had, like, our first alien customer was really bad at flying, and he crashed into the record shop? But then we would be stealing Leaf's ideas, so I don't really want to...
No, you could do that because I don't think I'm gonna end up building it. Because then you
Why?
can build a little campfire.
Why?
Okay, so it's
I don't
Leaf's
like
UFO.
building-
She crashed here.
Yeah, I didn't know how to
She
park.
crashed here.
So
Should we just make a little room in the ship?
Yes, and it'll be Leaf references, because we stole her idea. We're idea stealers.
I should make a fishing rod. Oh, you could also go in VR in this, like the other
I'm
server.
not doing that.
Or you could do
Yeah.
like fishy.
I did that once. Where'd my my axe go?
I don't have...
I don't.
No, you have.
What?
It's
Oh,
on you.
pickaxe or axe?
Axe.
You have.
What?
You're holding. Oh,
What?
um.
Oh dear.
Why it invisible?
I don't know.
But I made a shape.
Oh.
I
Okay,
made an
okay,
outline for how it would be set up.
okay. I like this. Yeah, no, that's
Is-
yes.
It's not square, and you can have like records here.
Yes.
around
Yes.
here.
You know, the one thing this mod pack is missing, it's not a big deal, but the hat mod. Oh! Leaf, why is it after you? Run. Hold on.
I told you I'm bad luck.
How does this
I'm
happen?
bad luck. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I should go.
Well, now we don't have walls. It's not... Okay.
We need wood.
Yeah, we need the acacia.
Have
What are these?
a slab.
Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
man.
I don't
Slab.
need that.
Return the slab.
I'm gonna go wander around.
And
like,
I wonder-
Come back for like 5 days
If you know
or something.
what it means to find your dreams come true.
Did you have that dirt, by the way?
I put it in the boxes.
Oh, it's in here.
I just needed the one.
Is
The one
there-
away.
There's a stack.
Why there? What?
Sorry, I needed to get rid of my water. I still have the mushroom. Why I can't place?
You can place now.
No.
We need that dirt.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like loads. Oh, do you want me to hold it? Wait, what? Wait,
I
what's
just
wrong?
need the dirt here. I don't know where.
Oh,
Now you can place it.
wow.
did you mushroom? Is it-
Yes.
you
I don't
grow?
know this method. I just make the creepy hole.
So now it either A naturally grows, which can take 5 million years, or you have bone meal.
Oh.
Is it gonna wait? You put it in rock. Is that gonna work?
You're right. It might not.
You dig him out and kill this rock. Oops, sorry.
Okay, well, we have acacias growing here. Is this the wood we want to use? I don't-
didn't- I kind of just placed it down because it was the only option I had.
Okay. I mean,
What are you doing?
Floor, soft.
Dirt here.
Oh,
Thank you.
all the snow that grows up there, man.
There we go.
Well, good thing we're not homeless, because I have made this pit. That's actually that's a lot safer.
Yeah.
But
Not gonna fall into it.
you guys, good luck.
Okay,
I'm
go
going to
enjoy your
adventure.
journey to the center of the earth.
I'm going to eat sand.
What?
Don't.
Yeah, don't do that.
I might do that.
No,
you
I.
never eat sand. Whoa! Mushroom!
What?
Mushroom!
Oh,
baby,
what in the? That was fast.
mushroom.
That's how that
Bone meal.
works.
Bone meal.
And then you can make a little house.
Wow.
Though it became too tall, so I have to break it.
Okay,
This
I'm
is
gonna
Vickers.
wait. Oh,
Yeah, Walmart is. Do we do not have a waypoint?
I follow the heads.
Oh.
Estimate.
Well, you're
Follow
1500
ahead or
blocks.
no?
If you just go forward from here, where I'm looking, that way.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going to swim down the mountain. Good night.
Okay, good luck out there.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, now what? So, we need a lot of wood or no?
Yes.
Okay.
We need the pillars for the wood.
Okay.
For the rocket store.
Is there a particular one you want for the store?
Well, it doesn't really matter as long as it's not birch. So
Okay. I like the
We wanna
acacia because
use-
it's orange.
sure.
Cool. All right. I'm gonna do that then. I'm gonna go. Oh, I'm gonna go get some wood, some acacia.
All right.
Oh, I'm gonna die in snow.
Don't.
True. All right. I'm getting a little hungry, chat. Oh my god, it's been 5 hours. How? Minecraft moment, dude. I remember the Minecraft streams we were doing on the server, and like sometimes I would look and it's been 7 hours, and I'm like, how? My classes start today too. But it's only one class. It's basically I'm doing accelerated courses, so I'm gonna have 7 weeks of one course, and I'll probably get everything done in like a day. So most of my weeks should be open. At least for now. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. See how that goes. I was meant to start working like 50 years ago. Damn, good ideas. We're gonna make like some cool alien record shop. I don't know what they're referencing with the show. But I'm down with it. See, it's still somehow music oriented. And alien. I think Peanut likes alien stuff. Space. I also need to get like a ton of wood to hand over to Soul, because I know like he has people that he can frequently trade, not just us, but it's still insane how much effort it takes to make those like trade posts with villagers. So I kind of just I want to help somehow, and I'm like dreadfully behind everyone in the server, I feel like, which is fine, because half of these people are gonna go to TwitchCon, and by then I'll be caught up, or maybe ahead by the time they're at TwitchCon. So is that. I'd go to one, but I don't like TwitchCon as a convention. I guess it's not my forte. I feel like there's very little to do there compared to like PAX. You should let that creeper get leave. Look, I already killed her. I already didn't want to do that, and it happened, so This time it'll be an accident. I'll just kill Rain, I guess. No, I feel like they're all stacked over there. I feel like they're all like full diamond enchanted. We'll go for a little bit longer, but I'm hungry, so I might stop at some point. I'm gonna keep playing, so if you miss any of the building parts, at least you can be excited about the finalized variant. PAX East, but at the same time, there's nothing generational coming out. Yeah, actually, you mentioned that. Doom Eternal and a new Animal Crossing was releasing when I went. So. Yeah, you're right. But I like PAX because there's more stuff to do than your average convention. Like, at Comic-Con, there's panels, but the panels half the time are like, I don't care too. Again, Marvel panel or something. I don't really care about superhero stuff that much compared to, I don't know, other forms of media. It's cool. Like, I like DC, but the thing I like about DC is how kind of realistic it could be, right? Like, Harley Quinn just has mental breakdown as a psychiatrist, therapist, person. Or Batman has, like, a crippling fear for bats and is an orphan. I don't know. Like, yeah, obviously there are some things in DC where it's like, well, this guy's anatomically wired some crazy way and becomes a gigantic monster creature. It's not a common thing, though. I don't think. We're running out of food, man. We gotta make, like... Well, we got mushrooms now, so... We'll make, like, mushroom stew. Even Overwatch turned into a meme. Yeah, but Overwatch was really fun for, like, the first, what, 4 or 5 years? So it definitely took time for it to become a meme. Woohoo! I got acacia for days. 2 stacks plus 15.
Hell yeah.
And I got more saplings. Could just... Whoa! Sick! Mushroom. So, what's the plan, Stan?
I'm just trying to figure out this layout, if we need double walls or not.
Gotcha.
Probably not. But... So what's the flooring on the outside? Is it just stone?
Yeah,
is
I
it
mean, that's... I haven't
snow?
changed it. Well, it is... It's both. We can change the floor however you want. I was thinking originally to make it like the other acacia wood. You know, when you like... What is it? Use an axe on it.
Use an axe on it.
Yeah, it's like...
stripped?
Yeah, that's the one that's stripped. But... We could also do, like, chiseled... Or just stone bricks.
Could.
What do you want the flooring to be inside? You want it to be wooden, or do you want it, like...
I was thinking... Because usually a music store has lists black and white pattern.
Okay,
But I don't feel like gathering for that sort of pattern. So
that is fair. I mean, I could potentially do that too. We could also just, yeah, exactly, yeah. True. I mean, you don't like birch?
not in particular, but
Okay, okay.
there is exceptions, obviously.
Well, because if we're gonna, we could do like, I don't know, oak wood as like the tile. So it'd be acacia planks and wood oak planks,
Okay.
or whatever's closer to acacia, because acacia's kind of
Yeah,
very
yeah, yeah.
orange. I'm going to bed. Or, I mean, I don't mind. I can just go and try to get some. Well, I don't know how you make concrete. I assume it's clay, right? Oh, that's terracotta. Oh,
Oh, concrete? That's easy. It's like four sand and four gravel, and then a color.
okay. Do you want to do concrete or terracotta?
Terracotta. It's pretty, but it's like
Oh, it has like the weird thing, right? Like the weird texture.
it has the like, weird pattern on it.
Right. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll become John Sand. I could get some terracotta. Or, concrete.
Concrete.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So we need sand and gravel. Okay. And we only need enough for, like, this. I mean, unless we make multiple floors. Okay. What? So hold on. What do we do with the hole?
What?
Well, I keep thinking about the hole, because if people come to the store.
Well, I imagine we have moved it somehow.
We can, like, put
Like,
glass flooring in the
this-
middle.
Because I imagine we have like, let's say,
Oh, this would be like the booth.
booth or whatever, and then you have some way to get down from here. So it's,
Okay.
it's
So,
like a cellar.
Ooh, okay. Okay. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. So this part won't be here, but the cellar will go down from here into the hole.
Gotcha. We could just make a trapdoor somewhere in the booth, yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'm gonna get some gravel first. Gives me an excuse
Okay.
to go back into the pit. Oh, I need a pickaxe. Oh boy. Well, this is exciting. This will be cool. And it's not just gonna be a weird spire. It's gonna be even weirder now. Because the spire's like sort of, you know, like it looked like ruins, and now there's
Yeah.
castles. We're gonna have a record shop with maybe a UFO. We can figure that out later if we want.
Well, I feel like the theme kind of broke when there's a Walmart.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. A giant parking lot and a Walmart. All right. See you in a couple hours.
Alright.
Let me put this all away. Is there anything else we need?
Stone probably.
Okay. Onward. To victory. Let's see how much we have. Gravel. Um. 24. Okay. That is true, though. Yeah, I guess it was super hyped. Clover Dodge. Overwatch Clover Dodge. We're gonna do the torch strat for gravel so that the shovel doesn't just destroy it. Is there a specific level that gravel grows, or does... Oh. Excellent. Of course, it still made flint after all that. I'm glad this happened because I'm so fried on video games right now. Aside from No Man's Sky, which is just like a daily thing at the moment, I hop on, I do my dailies, and then I don't know, I get distracted very easily in that game. And what else? I don't really play much else lately. How do I just ignore this iron? Maybe it would have been smarter for me not to be the person to go out for the gravel because I'm just gonna ADHD my way into finding, like, completely new world. Nah, I think it'll be fun. It'll be fine. I mean, I'm gonna get lost for sure. I think this is mostly connected. Yeah, see, it's mostly connected to the mountain at first. A lot less problematic. Where are these guys spawning? There's like an army of them up there. Gravel! Yes! Okay. Why is it still turning into flint? I need to make a playlist of just, like, female vocals in EDM or something. Like, the instrumentals and stuff are cool, but it becomes so, like, Pepe W after a while without some vocals, unless I'm not in the mood for them. Damn, that was a nice amount of gravel. Cool, cool. What do we got? Okay. Yeah, but we need 4 and 4. For one block? Or does that make multiple? Oh, it makes 8. Okay, so it's not a waste, never mind. It's 1-to-1, pretty much. Aside from, what was that, dye? Yeah, but whatever. Okay. There's so much coal, and I don't really want to, like, ignore it. Because later on, we're going to be like, dude, we're out of coal. Wait, does this strat of, like, using a creeper and a skeleton still work for discs? Is that, like, the way to get it guaranteed still? Because I guess it wouldn't be such a tedious thing if we were able to do that. Either way, it's fun. Fun little collecting journey. That's the only way to get non-loot discs? Oh, okay. Oh, so there's specific types now? I didn't even know that. Or I say now, but... You explain wrong? All discs can be found in loot, only some of them can be found in creeper skeleton. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know how this server works, because we have, like, loot boxes, essentially, but... It might have a different loot pool. They had specific, discs for the new updates, and those are special? Okay. How many are there? Oh, wow. They have hyper potions? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if these are Amos Roddy Tears. Oh, Pig Stab. Okay, wait, I do know these. Oh, I know Other Side. And then all these are C4. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's cool. We would want multiple, right? Because it would be like an actual trading shop. There might be a few discs that can only be got by special means, not loot. I mean, I guess I could just YouTube it or Google all that later on. If we're like missing one disc and don't know how. Yeah, I know Lava Chicken by Hyper Potions. Right now, we have... So I'm bad at math. We have about 28 blocks-ish. No, wait, no, more. I'm lying. I keep forgetting that it's 1-to-1. God damn it. We need sand now. I think I have more than enough. Because 4 a pop, but you get 8 concrete out of it. But we're not making a giant parking lot, so we're a little bit luckier in our situation than Leaf with her spot. What's a bat? I was like, what is that? They're making a Walmart. That's crazy. I say as now we're making a vinyl shop. That's where I went. You went to a Walmart? Sick. What'd you get? Did you get one of those Crayola USB-Cs? Okay, we need sand. Are they on a hiatus again? Because I know Fuawa came back from her surgery, but now they're gone again, right? Or are they back? I'm sorry, I'm like hardly up to date these days because I was only really up to date when Mume was still around, and then she ain't around no more, so I'm kind of like very off and on with Hololive these days. I just know that Mori Calliope poofed for a little bit too. Three weeks ago. Man, I wonder how Trogdor's doing. Probably not well. Probably not well, bruh. No Fuamokos. Alright, we need 64 and 8. Or 64 and 48. Surely I can at least make it to that shore, right? Or is it actually just boarded off? I need steak. I need steak. I never actually wondered. Wait, not wondered, but what difficulty is this world? Oh, based. That makes so much sense why people are dying so much. I'm all for hard mode. I mean, I already died 3 times. It would have been deathless if I just didn't tamper with the dude guy for a little bit. And like planned it out and actually had full iron armor. It would only temper. Are you Steve? Steve, did you travel this far away from the base? What's going on, man? Yeah, it looks like death if I jump. Look at this cool island in the middle. It's like a turtle. It's given like Final Fantasy. All these cool islands. Oh man. Wow. Lion turtle. Tutel. Yo, what's up, Omega Wolf? Welcome back. Welcome back. You don't have to kill Drax. It's all just to make... You requested it this one time. I don't really want to do the bounties too much afterwards, but I will do it out of just... I'm committed at this point. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm probably going to go to him and, like, challenge him to a duel. I'm not gonna just, like, start attacking randomly. I'm gonna be like, hey, so... I was paid to kill you. I'm wondering if you want to fight. Yeah, he's on. I probably won't do it tonight, because I'm about to go and get some food. But I will do it tomorrow for sure. Or I'll do it later today. But I will do it. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm actually, like, super hungry, and I'm still recovering from that whole escapade during this weekend, so I'm probably gonna play off stream a little bit. Oh, I have more than I needed. Now we need dye though. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm already committed to the request, but I'll let him know it's you. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll do it later, so don't tell him I'm gonna like do it now or today. I shall do it. But next time, make the bounty against Radiant. I have a vendetta. No, I don't. No, Radiant's great. Bonjour, as the Germans say.
Good evening. As I said.
I have many sand and gravel. I think it'll suffice, probably, for the floor. Unless we expand. I don't have the dye, which I think you need beforehand.
You do need that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make a temp chest for it.
Alright. How's this looking, by the way?
It looks fantastic. It looks great. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. You got the building down. I'm kind of just... I make pillar. Let me see. Excellent. Yo, later, Omega Wolf. No, you're the Giga Chad. You're just hitting people with all these biddies. It's crazy. Okay. We have enough for, it looks like, 28 blocks. No, wait. I keep forgetting never mind. It's more than 28. My brain keeps thinking it's, not 1-to-1. For some reason. But it is 1-to-1. I'm 16, starting to find my way, gotta get done, but the hard up her. Okay. Colors, thoughts, opinions.
Black
and white?
Yes.
Could do, like, red and blue as well.
White is pretty easy to get, because it's just bone meal.
Oh, wait. Oh, I thought we needed, like, white...
Oh, yeah. You gotta turn the bone meal into white dye.
Oh, wait, how?
You take one bone meal and place it in crafting.
Oh, literally, that's it? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Black is slightly harder to get, just because...
The ink sacks.
Ink sacks, yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it for now, because you'll know how much we need of each. I'll see if I can find some
Yeah,
squid.
it depends on which part of it you want.
Yeah,
that
true.
pattern, because you don't have to have every single part of it to be black and
Yeah.
white.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's say said you want to keep this, then we
Mhm.
section this off, then it goes into the black and white, then this whole thing would be black and white.
Okay, yeah, I see that. True. Okay, well, I'm gonna go get some... Huh?
The only thing we would probably need, because if we were gonna do like the loom technique,
Oh,
we need string for that.
okay. This can be arranged. Probably.
So one loom is 2 strings.
String, yeah. And then we got the wood. Okay. That is... okay. Black and white makes me think of 80s diner. Yeah, but I don't... What color
If
scheme do you think
the-
of for a vinyl shop?
I'm trying to think of different ways of gathering black. And if you don't want to do the concrete, you could always use deep slate, cook it, and then use that.
Okay. And we could also just do white and blue.
Blue.
There's blue, like, right outside. I'm not... There's so many, like, blue plants around here.
I mean that, and we have lapis.
Oh, yeah, true. Oh, yeah. Well, lapis is kind of good for enchanting, though.
It is. Now you're gonna use it that much.
Yeah. One moment. Do you men? Yo, Nature! Thank you for the raid. What's up? Nature secretly likes feet? Is this true? What's up, Nature? We're just Minecrafting in the Neko SMP. The only Nekos. Yeah, we're crafting mines. We're mining and crafting. Don't listen to them? Oh. Well, fine. I guess I believe you. Does this turn to blue dye? It does. Will white and blue look weird in the, like, acacia flooring? With the acacia flooring? What is this? Oh, same. Rivals, Marvel Rivals. I have not played that video game. I was an Overwatch kid. I say kid, but... Overwatch boomer. And TF2. It's fun. I do hear a lot of great things about it. I know you can, like, mod it to be super fun. And I know you can do the same with... Deadlock? Deadlock, yeah. Overwatch was a gem. It was good times. I mean, it's probably still a good game, just not particularly what... Hey, look, string. TF2 needs to come back. It did for a little bit when they, they do the thing where they, like, banned the bots and stuff. So, and the cheaters. It was, like, last year or 2 years ago. So, you know, it had, like, a pretty decent comeback for a little bit. TF2 never left. I mean, that's also true. People do play it often. But the numbers kind of dwindled because of the bot purge. What are these? Light gray dye. Okay. But yeah, hell yeah. That sounds fun. What kind of dye is this? Light gray as well. Okay. It's day 3 of the SMP. I kind of missed the majority of yesterday, but soon the borders might expand. I don't know what soon means. I just know that they were talking about it, so that's pretty neat. Just for more exploration. I say that, but I literally haven't left my base area perimeter in a long time. Except when I had to go hunt down Leaf. I did have to go kill Leafeons, which was... Well, she had to kill me first. It was like an exchange. A respectful exchange. Why leave? Yes. Why leave? Where'd the armadillo go? We had one. Oh my god. Okay, I think we have enough blue dye. Just a theory. Hey, what you doing, man? Gotta be careful here. We have the most lethal home, like, turf, because everything is... There's just, you know, the snow you can fall into. Howdy. I have acquired many cornflowers.
That's good.
Yeah. Alright, cool. I do want to go see if I can clear up the rest of hell.
Right.
But... Is there anything you require?
Let's go double check. So, I would say this is how the layout looks right now.
Yes, swag. I like this. Very nice. How'd you do that? Oh, those are walls. Those are the cobble walls.
Yeah.
Whoa! Okay.
So we'll call it records, small little record corner over here,
Mm-hmm.
same over there. This middle section is pretty much open, probably. So the way.
Oh.
So the way I plan on doing this is section this off, and then have like a slight increase here, so it's like goes up a little.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's at least the plan for the interior. I don't know how you wanted to do the roof, because there is the idea of so let's say this is the building,
Okay.
just for the sake of this example, and then have like a huge record disc sticking out like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay. I'm just mental mathing.
Yeah, of course.
Do we want? So do you want it to just go from the roof and be the disc, or do you want it? Oh wait, no, never mind. It's like a display. No, it makes sense. My brain was like, so do you want like a overarching disc that is like, you know, like splitting the building almost? But no. I okay. So the roof.
So this would be it. So this is the front door. The disc would be here, and then there's like this overarching bit in the back.
Okay.
Carry the disc forward.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
So
Yeah, it's
to
cool.
do that, we need more. I need more logs.
Okay. Is there a specific disc you want to make out of that?
Record vinyl, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a building. You build like a round disc, but
So you want to do Aaron Sheroff relic?
bless you.
Look up discs in the thingy, the list UI.
Disc.
Just look up disc, and then the second row, the before the last one, is called Aaron Sheroff relic.
Orange. Oh, this one. Hmm.
I mean, it's just the color scheme, I guess.
I see what you mean. I think I was thinking of a normal vinyl disc, but I guess
Oh,
it
no, no,
depends
okay.
on material.
Wait, so what do you need the wood for?
For a roof.
Oh, duh. Yeah. Right, because it's all slabs that I made. Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is why I'm growing all of it. Let me make another axe.
Yeah.
Yes, very good. I'm gonna take like a short intermission soon TM to like make some food.
Okay.
And then I will do more of that. But let me go get some more wood.
Yeah, we definitely need more wood and maybe whatever for glass.
You say glass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like glass plane.
Oh.
That way we get more of it and it looks better.
Gotcha. Okay. It's crazy seeing someone build plan. Never done that. Really? I always try to build plan, but it falls apart and I just make whatever I want after a bit. But if I have someone else that's willing to like build as well, he's kind of doing all the major work or all the work at this point. I made a spire. I made a little spire, alright? It wasn't the most impressive architecture. The most impressive thing I've ever made, in my opinion, was El Mañana from Gorillaz, which took me an entire night because I took it apart twice. It was bad. It was really bad. Oh, I guess the windmill. I took apart the windmill, not the island. I kind of just locked into the island once it was made. Oh. Yeah, I guess this is what happens when we don't have food. Okay. Chat, there's steak. Oh my god. I love steak. I don't have any Pokemon cards. How far is too far in a chat? I was gonna say slash me eats your meat chunks. McDonald. No, that's disgusting. That is what we call schnasty. Wub 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 wub. Like, obviously dubstep died. But did it, like, super die? I mean, Skrillex still uses it, and he produces so much music for... I mean, just pop artists. Still, to this day, he does. I mean, there's a Walmart in the works. I don't know what everyone else has. We're making a vinyl store, which is cool. It's very different from my usual build, so I kind of like it for that reason. Wood.
Hell yeah.
Hey man, you starved. Need food?
Oh, you noticed?
I did. There's no food. I mean, there's carrots and beetroots and wheat seeds.
We need a farm.
We do. Yeah.
See, it would have been ideal if this mountain was made out of rock.
Yeah. Well, that's why we have the mushrooms. See, it's all working out. The mushrooms we're gonna turn into stew. They're not even multiplying at all. So, never mind. We're cooked.
Do we want colored glass, by the way?
Ooh, that would be cool.
Or just
Kind of like a retro.
Yeah, either tinted or just other colors.
I'm down. I like tinted.
Okay, then we need black in that case.
Sorry, what was that?
If we want tinted, we need black color.
I'm not. Sorry. You speak Polish?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't understand.
Ink sac. We need ink sac to make black.
Sorry. Hey, you want chicken?
Yes.
The flesh. Okay, fine. I'll get in ink sacks, I guess. In due time.
It's only if you want the tinted glass.
Yeah, I kind of do. I think it'll look cool. Oh, I did get string though.
Oh hell yeah!
Only 2, but you know, string.
Our first record.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna put it here.
Wait. Yeah, give me this. So I can show you how it will look.
Oh, here's also this food.
How do you make loot? Oh, there we go. So you don't use it, but you can see how it's like looking like records.
Yeah, it looks like a record shelf. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I never even thought of that.
More of these.
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of string.
Yeah.
Well, that's good, because I'll go into the mines and probably kill like a quadrillion spiders.
Yeah.
Or if we're like fast enough, we can speed run the night, but they tend to go to sleep pretty quickly, so.
Yeah, I've noticed. What was the fucking thing where they requested not to sleep?
Normally you click U, but it's bound to like 4 other things. So it's called status. It's a status thing, and where did I put it? And you can do like streaming, recording, no status, open, not do not disturb, available, and then there's one at the bottom that says no sleep. So essentially, if you don't want sleep, yeah, it'll pop up like it did there.
Right.
I don't know where the control for it is, because it's called open status GUI under miscellaneous. So when you go live, you can say that you're streaming.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because you're a streamer, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have streamed.
Yes. This very past tense.
When was the last time I fucking streamed?
Was it when we did
Yes.
Lethal Company?
No, I didn't stream then.
Oh.
I only streamed a couple of times and playing my own games. It was what was the fucking games? Rain World.
Oh, good game.
Rain World and I completely forgot what that game is called.
Omori?
No, I played it on my own. It was it's a game where you're like a help center. They call you and they tell you about their homes, and it's like, hey, there's this weird scratching on my walls. I don't get what it is. And it's like, oh, hold on, sir. As you like going through a catalog of like monsters and whatnot, and it's like you have known problems, but you can't say you have known problems. It's like, oh, you just put down a little bit of dirt and you should be good.
Oh, okay.
And then you just
Cryptid.
hang up the next day, and then they call back. If you got it wrong, they fucking die.
Wait, that sounds cool, actually. That's something I'd play.
It is a really cool game.
Is it like a
Hotline-
horror?
It's like so it's a horror, but you're not getting scared from it because
Okay.
you're just helping other people from finding these cryptics. It's like Hotline.
A psychological. Hotline Miami.
Home Safety Hotline. There we go.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Sounds like something I would play for sure.
It's a really cool game. It's because sometimes you also get customers that aren't real customers.
Oh,
They
Wait.
just call you and they have this like weird scrambled voice and face.
oh no, I was thinking of a different one. I mean, now that you mentioned that one, I have never heard of it. But there's another one where you own like a. It's like, you know, those typical supermarket simulator games, but you tend to like monsters, and you have to like close the shop quickly, or else you die at times.
Oh,
I
interesting.
don't remember what that one's called, but that one's also pretty cool. Also, just a kind of a thought. Maybe we also use glass, and then instead of like covering up the hole, we can kind of make it like we just put glass over it, and it looks like a weird spiral thing.
Okay.
Maybe. But then, I don't know, we would have to make like a way in, but could be cool, right? Like, perhaps.
I probably wouldn't make a way in from here.
Right, yeah.
I do like the glass idea. I probably like build around the hole so it becomes like a little room down there, and then it goes continues down. Up here, it'd probably be like some sort of tinted glass, maybe like
Yeah.
multiple layered of glass.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I remember correctly, there's a way of like making it look like fog using multiple layers of glass.
Oh. Well, that's cool.
It is. I've seen it a lot on TikTok, but I have never done it myself.
I just realized there's so much gravel in our temporary bedroom.
Yeah, I thought you were getting that.
No. I also just forgot that gravel is also on the shore, so,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I went underground, but whatever. I like the underground.
Yeah.
Alright, cool, yeah. Excellent. Well, I'm gonna AFK for a little bit and grab me some grub, but I will still be on the server. I'm just gonna consume steak.
Yeah.
But this looks sick. It looks dope. Yeah, you've certainly done substantially better than... Where are they even coming from? I know this is hard mode, but...
Don't know. We need those windows.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
So we need basically just ink. And I
Okay.
need to move this fucking chest.
Yeah. There is some ink somewhere. We have 5. Never mind. It's basically
Oh,
nothing.
That's actually really good.
Oh, is it? Okay, it's in
I
here.
can
By
finish
the-
the. I think I was need 3.
Oh.
Cause where my glass go? Yeah. I forgot to make it into.
I felt that. Oh, yeah, it makes 8. Dude, this game's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. Hey, you hear me?
What?
Oh. Sorry, I said, do you hear me?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that actually looks sick. Welcome to our vinyl store. Do you have vinyls? No.
Do you read these?
We don't have no CDs. No.
We are terrible at our work.
We are just opening. We were hoping you would donate.
But you were AFK.
Yes, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, chat room. I need food. And therefore, I'm leaving. Tomorrow we'll either do more of this, or we'll do Subnautica, because we don't have much content left in Subnautica, to be honest. So... that is a play. That is something we can do. But, ladies and gents, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. Why is it... It's like connecting... Am I live? I am. I'll see you guys to Boshi. We're probably going to be raiding a lot of the people in the SMP. I'm sending you guys over to Boshi, who's currently in the Minecraft SMP. But big GG's from me. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Where we will do some more of this. Or we'll do Subnautica first, so we can, like, finalize Subnautica 2. Because it is very early access. And then, yeah. And then we'll continue this video game. So, GG's. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Goodbye.